Hello, everybody. Hope everybody is all right. And just checking here if everything's okay. There we go. When I have the live panel, so I can check out the numbers. Here we go. I have a lot of fun, as usual, today. And we're going to make sure everything is all right. Apparently I'm live now. Okay, everybody, welcome aboard. And hope that everything went well this past week for you guys. And I'm just going to go and fetch one little detail that I want to share. Google Chrome browser. Just want to get the link for the Zoom on June the 29th to share it with everyone. And okay, June 29th. Put the link. Here we go. And everything looks all right. So, hey, everybody. Nice to have you on board, everyone. And let's start this now. So, hey, everyone. Welcome to the Shortwave radio stream. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. We are here to have fun with radio, entertain, talk about radio, answer people's questions, and just have plain fun with all of this. I hope that everybody's going to find it fun. Just wanted to share a little something. If in a second, when he's placed, here you go. We've got our little friend, my furry friend here. It's 10 years together this week. Here's Mr. Paul. Here's Mr. Paul. Hey there, Mr. Paul. How are you? So, Mr. Paul the cat in the house today, saying hello to everyone. Hey. So, hope that you guys are happy. We'll show him again a little later. Taking a nap. So, here we go, Mr. Paul. Enjoying his little nap today. So, we don't see him often, but he's here today to say hi to everybody. And that is kind of cool. So often he's often not there, so I like the fact that we can show Paul today a little. I hope that you guys enjoy this little Paul moment. And okay. Let's continue here. Okay, hello everybody, welcome aboard. This is the live show. We are here every, you know what, I didn't think about that, but let me do something here. I can move this differently. Here we go. So that I always have an eye on the camera at the same time. Is everything else, including the state of the stream? There we go. This is better. There we go. Okay. So welcome aboard, everybody. Nice to have you on board as usual. So this is a live show that's here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. It is a show about radio, having fun listening to the radio. We'll tune the bands a little. We've got a few things we'll try. In an hour's time, we'll have our usual Morse code number stations from St. Petersburg, Russia, that we'll try on several frequencies. Hopefully the propagation will be okay. We've had some rough conditions this week, a lot of disturbances. If I look at the indices right now on my app, so the K index, which is at 3. It's not the best, but it's not storm level. So with a little luck, we'll have. There's not a lot of auroral conditions right now, so I think it could be pretty good this week today, while we do the show at least. So we are here to talk about radio, shortwave radio, medium wave, long wave, anything radio. We're here for that and have fun with what is, like I always say, a very solitary hobby. So we're together doing this, which is a lot of fun. And so there's a chat room with wonderful people. You can join in, say hi, answer questions, or ask questions. Whether you're new or you've been a radio guy for 50 years, you know what? Here, we're all the same. We all have fun. There's, a place for everybody. And when that chat room is over, there's a Facebook group of the same name, official SWL channel, that exists. And that is also the place where we continue sharing all sorts of details and info about radio. People share what they have, new radios they bought, things they're listening to. I often post also when I have time and do some radio listening, whatever I'm listening to, or unusual signals. So it's really cool. We're a community, and a good one too, and it really makes us share and have fun together, which is very, very cool. And it's always nice to have everybody here. The first announcement before we start, and we'll have that a few times during the show, is a Zoom meeting that is coming up. The next Zoom meeting will be June the 29th at 20 hours Universal Time. And the link to register in advance is here. So go and check it out. Click that link. Register in advance. We're at 27 registered people right now. If we could have more, it'd be a lot of fun. And this is, of course, Sunday, June the 29th at 20 hours Universal Time. So this is a different experience. We see each other. We interact in a different way. Even if you don't have a cam, it doesn't matter. If you don't have a microphone, well, there's a chat room there too, so you can just interact in the chat. So it'll be a lot of fun to see the faces of people maybe we haven't seen before. The last one was absolutely fantastic. We had a lot of fun in May, and I think this is going to be another great Zoom meeting. It's open to everybody. So I hope that you enjoyed that. And it is, of course, thanks to the Canadian International DX Club that lets me use their Zoom account. So this is really, really good for that, because we can obviously have another type of way of meeting up together. And by the way, I have been promoted as a new member of the board of directors of the Canadian International DX Club. It is official. So this is kind of cool. And this is, in any case, if there's ways to help out, if you would like to have a sample copy of the Messenger, which is the Canadian International DX Club Bulletin, you can ask for one if you've never asked before. And the email is sample@cidxclub.ca. You ask for a sample copy here, and you will receive the June edition of the bulletin. And remember that CIDX is not just receiving a bulletin, the Messenger, every month. You are part of a club. The CIDX Club has its own Zoom meetings every month too, and all sorts of other things in there. So it's like you're part of a club. You receive that bulletin every month. So why not join? And if you're not sure, ask for a sample copy and check the bulletin out and see if it is of interest to you. It covers everything radio, medium wave, long wave, shortwave, amateur radio. I have the utility column. There's a QSL column. There's so much more. So check that out if you are interested. And before we start reading the chat, saying hello to everybody, remember that I'm here every week and that your contributions are extremely helpful, especially lately. Your contributions have been very, very helpful because of the very crappy monetization of YouTube lately. So this, of course, means this means it helps out to compensate and to help for either new radios, for all sorts of other things, and for equipment. I mean, you have to refresh your equipment. Got a new mini PC this year, got a new cam, and trying to get things better and better all the time. So why not think of a contribution through the super chat here? There's a little icon of a kind of a dollar bill icon, and that is a way that you can send it through YouTube. And of course, there's also the pizza fund that and cat treats that is through PayPal, and that is at the email address that I just posted here. I want to thank everybody for the contributions, and don't forget everyone that has contributed since the beginning of June and until the next drawing in the first week of August are in the drawing for a CIDX, a Canadian International DX Club membership. So everybody that has contributed in a way is in that list. I'm actually writing everybody's name down, and that drawing will come the first week of August. So we already have 4 lucky winners of this, and hopefully more coming up. So thank you so much for the contributions, guys. It's appreciated so much, and it helps me continue. Remember, it's a lot of hard work. I'm here every week, and I put a lot of hours in this. So plus the videos that I will actually have a little more. I'm planning to, as the days, the weather hasn't been cooperating that great lately, but now with what I see as the weather coming up, I want to try to do a almost daily walk in the park with a radio, see what's out there, recreate some of the good old days. I'll bring my 40 channel walkie-talkie and recreate trying to call any stations from the park. So you guys are going to see what it was like. This is a lot of fun. It's going to be great to go back to the park where the noise floor is so low that I'll be able to DX and listen to some weaker signals. And maybe I'm going to check it out. Maybe with my phone, try to do a little bit of not, they're not going to be very long, but a couple of lives, maybe like 1 hour live or something like that, and tuning a little bit together, seeing what's out there for to listen to. I'm looking forward to one station that I'm going to try to get again, and it is actually on the air, is 3310 3310 kilohertz, 3310 kilohertz, which is Radio Chasquis from Bolivia, I think. So this one is one I want to try to get a little clearer and make a video of. Last time I heard it was I think the Texan PL 990, and I went to 3310 and actually heard that station. So I'm going to check that out. These are things I can't hear over here, and so that is something that when you get low noise floor, you try for. So thanks everybody for the contributions. Thank you so much for your help. It is much appreciated to have all of you helping out in the live shows in any way. So thanks everyone, and let's check the chat room. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Canada. By the way, let me start by taking my first little sip of Belgian white ale. Take care. Cheers, everyone. Cheers to Endines that is with a husband and having a pint. So cheers, everybody. So many ways to either watch or listen to the live show, and so that sounds interesting. I did that so many times, going to a bar terrace and being outside and having a beer when it's quiet and there's not a lot of people, and listening to some of my favorite live shows or podcasts that I often tune on the internet, and just enjoy that moment. So Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Canada. Andy New, nice to have you here from Bristol, UK, M7CUN. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Chuck Davis, nice to have you on board. Yeah, I wish we could get more Canadian content on. It would be very, very nice. It's lack of time, because I think I would have a hard time handling it. But there's one thing that Tony Pavic in British Columbia has been thinking of doing something regular and maybe through WRMI or any other means. And here if there's Canadian content in the programming, there's a possibility of maybe getting some funding from the federal government. If you do a show that will also at the same time kind of promote Canada to the world. So you have to fill out an application and everything, but it could be something interesting to anybody, any Canadian wanting to do a voice of shortwave that would be funded in some way by the Canadian federal government, and you could put it on the air on several transmitters. This is something that could be very, very nice. Bob's Old Records, nice to have you here from New Mexico. Jean Arrache, salut, j'espère que tu vas bien. Saint-Hyacinthe, nice to have you on board, my friend. Megan Bruns, nice to have you here from Colorado. Master Players Radio and Television, nice to have you on board from Morgan City, Louisiana, WA 5107 SWL. Mike WX50, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here from South Texas and 5KVO. 90 Fahrenheit, 32 Celsius. That would be a typical summer day here in Montreal in July. And even now, we're getting close to that. We're supposed to have 29 on Tuesday. I believe it's Tuesday. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. Blogger the guy that I've seen posting videos from Spain. Nice to have you here, and thank you, by the way, for the contribution you just sent. Much appreciated. Nice to have you on board from Virginia. VT Radio, Paul, nice to have you on board from Northern Vermont. AA1SU. I've just to complete the details with Ritavis. I will be getting a 2-band, 2 meter, 70 centimeter mobile rig from them for free. Probably in the next week or two, so that's going to help out. All I need to actually find, and I was looking at what I could set up, something like a two, well, some form of antenna for 2 meters 70 centimeters outside, and that would be probably very, very good getting into the Covey Hill repeater. So I'm just gonna complete the details. I have a list of videos they want me to do specifically. They're asking for like an unboxing video, and then showing the radio and using it maybe outside, and several little things they want me to kind of talk the review and on everything. Of course, it's the first time they actually are doing a contribution with a influencer like me. So they chose me for the first one because they think I'm probably one of the best to do such a thing. So there's going to be interesting, and there's going to be another one. They are going to send me one at some point that is out of stock right now with a DMR. So this is going to be an interesting, a portable ham gear. So there's a lot of little things that are kind of interesting in their lineup of amateur radio stuff. They sell repeaters, they sell all sorts of things. It's kind of interesting. So really am looking forward for that. J Projects, nice to have you here from San Diego, California. Laura, MM7BFL, nice to have you on board from Scotland. RJ88 Dakota, good day, and nice to have you here from Winsville, Missouri. WA0113SWL. Megan says it's a seasonal 93 Fahrenheit or 34 Celsius. Youch. John H. Current UTC. It's 20. You see it here? 2024. So 20 hours and 24 minutes UTC right now. Blogger was 44 C on the gas station temperature sign in Ronda, Spain this week. Youch. That is hot. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. Everybody saying hello to Paul. And I hope to have several more years. He is getting old slowly, but he's probably I'm estimating he's about 12 years old. This week was the 10th anniversary of him showing up for the first time ever on my back balcony. Time goes so fast. I can't believe how fast time is going. But this is... just want to show you guys, for those that haven't seen that picture. This is the first picture ever of Paul the Cat in June of 2015, 10 years ago. That's the day he showed up. He immediately jumped on me like that, looked at me and says, "Hey, hello, how are you?" I had no idea where this cat came from at the time, and took 2 or 3 minutes, went inside the house. He came inside my apartment, and he jumped on the chair and slept there all afternoon. And I was like, wow, this cat is like, well, I'm home now, so I'm going to go sleep. And since I didn't know, and he was spending a lot of time, I purchased a litter box, one of those like quick little litter boxes that they sell at a grocery store. And I bought a couple of cans of cat foods. And I thought, well, I'm going to take care of him for now. Wonder where he comes from. Until I understood that he came from the neighbor. And that she was on vacation. And Paul had ran out the house. And she couldn't find him before she took the plane. So he ended up here. And we started like sharing Paul the cat. And until one day when we were both outside on the front and the sidewalk, and she called him, and he started running towards us, but he completely ignored her and just came to my feet and meowed and was all nice. And she looked at me and she says, "Okay, I understand that now. My cat loves you more than me." and Paul the cat just ignored her. It was crazy. I was actually embarrassed. I was like, oh God, I don't feel good right now. I feel like I'm stealing your cat. So when she moved, she said, look, my cat looks so much happier with you. Do you want Paul? And I said, of course I want Paul. I will take care of Paul. And that's where I made the pact. Because, some of my friends are saying, well, you're taking a cat and maybe you're, if something happens, you might not be able to keep him. And it's like, no, I'm sorry. Whatever happens, Paul is going to stay with me. And I said, I looked at Paul that day when it was official. And I said to Paul, I said, I am taking you as my cat. And I am doing it. And I promise that it is until the end. I will never, never let you go. Never send you to a shelter. It is until the end, you and me. And so 10 years this week. It's pretty cool. I still can't believe 10 years has gone so fast like that. It's just crazy. Just crazy. So I estimate that he's about 12 years old-ish. So I guess if everything goes right, it's hopefully he's still going to have a few years left. Because I know I'm going to cry my heart out when that cat dies. It's like he's my companion and he's like just so sweet. I'm going to cry my heart out when he dies. 57 Steve DX, nice to have you on board from Southeast Georgia. So Craig Warranty, nice to have you here. Endines, nice to have you here. Still says I'm still Nancy and I'm still from Pennsylvania. So nice to have you on board. Michael Warren, nice to have you here. Keegan DXer, nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. Ordered a Dakota Send DX286 last night. On the way within a few days. Cool. You're going to have a lot of fun with that. That radio is going to be your go-to DX little portable. Justin S., nice to have you here. And we have Blogger I have solitary bees in the yard, but they don't have radios. John, nice to have you here. WPE4KNC from Virginia. Darren Rogers, nice to have you on board from Long Island, New York. KB2AHS. And we have, what else do we have? Says, Mike WX50 says, hey, even Neil Diamond said he was a solitary man. And Roger C., nice to have you here from Ireland. And Michael Moore, nice to have you here. Let me just refresh this here. Go back up to the links for... Okay, here's what I was. Coates 77241. He's been a radio guy for 60 years. Incredible. Incredible. What else do we have here? We have Keegan having a BLT salad with chicken, bacon, jalapenos, and Coca-Cola. Sounds good. Sounds good. Andy New just registered for June 29th. That's pretty cool. Thank you for the congratulations on the promotion. There's a lot of things we have to think about, especially when we look at a club like CIDX and you suddenly, realize I'm one of the youngest guys. And so, if we want to see if there's anything, the continuation of all of this, well, we've got to look, talk about things that are not fun to talk about, which is our own passing away at some point in time. But this is one of the reasons of me. 29 registrants right now, so we're going to actually promote this a little later again, at once or twice, so that we try to get as many people as possible for the June 29th Zoom. What else? VT Radio. 29th is field day. I'll be busy tearing down the station, then dinner, then passing out. Marty 68, nice to have you here. Anyways, VT Radio, Paul, we'll have another Zoom probably in July or August. So it's going to become one of those regular events. So if you miss one, you'll actually have the possibility to get others. Marty 68, nice to have you here. Kathleen Alm, nice to have you on board. And Kathleen says, I'm using RSP1A with SDR++ server over network with a Raspberry Pi and a discount antenna. Pretty cool. Nice to have you here from Germany. DE1CTL. Yeah, I like the fact that I am using the networked SDR Play device. It enables me to actually have the VHF UHF antenna in the back, which I have no access to here up in front, and to use it by having the SDR Play device over Wi-Fi on the network. So it's kind of cool because it gives me access. I don't have to, have a long wire, a cable like a coax through the house and anything. I just plug it directly to the antenna in the back and have it connected on the network, which is nice. Paul the cat does look very serene. He's very, very relaxed. He likes to be with me a lot. This cat wants to share everything with me. He's like, it's crazy. It's almost like a dog. If I go somewhere, he wants to follow. I sometimes have to come back and put him in the house or something, because if I go somewhere, he just follows me. He wants to go where I go. This cat is amazing. It's everything I do and everywhere I am, he just wants to be with me. It's pretty crazy. RJ Dakota, your cat always likes to lay where you have been, not only for warmth but also security. Yep, definitely. And thank you, Cataline, for sharing the link. So hope you're having a great time there, and dines with Nancy, with your husband, and listening and having a good pint. RJ Dakota says last night was terrible for listening. Nick Hammondale, nice to have you here from Romania. Michael, nice to have you on board from New Jersey. Drizzle and 65 in New Jersey today. And some tea. Perfect. John H. Well, the clock isn't 14 seconds off. It's the delay that you have from the stream. It's the buffer. It's because the clock here is exactly on dot with the time. So it's really the buffer of the internet, which always gets a certain amount of data to make sure that if something goes wrong for a second, you don't miss out on the stream. Michael Moore, 101 degrees here in Tucson, Arizona. Youch. RT68 says, oops, I just need to go back up here. So, I hope all fathers, or those who have fathers, I hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow. Yeah, it's Father's Day tomorrow, and a good and happy Father's Day to every dad. And if you still have your dad, do take the time to call, to visit, to say hello, because people really goes fast. One day they're gone, and there's nothing you can do. So it's very important to take care of that while they are still alive. Old radios, nice to have you on board. What else do we have? Keegan DXer says, on the 12th, had my first FM e-skip with a rabbit ears antenna, and in Southwest Florida, 89.5 WAYJ Naples, and WSMR Sarasota. Pretty cool, with an amplifier. That's cool. I need to check more, and there's going to be more openings. That's for sure for the FM band. 54 Cal, happy Father's Day to the dads out there enjoying a sour lemonade slushy. That sounds refreshing. Wife's at work, just me and the kids. Cool. Ian Millett, nice to have you on board, Ian, from Baltimore, Maryland, and 3 CVA. And Keegan DXer on Friday morning heard an echo on 89.5 with NPR's 1A. One was likely KWGS Tulsa, Oklahoma, while the other turned out to be WHRV Norfolk, Virginia. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's a beautiful little cat. I can tell you that. He's everybody that sees him just says, "Oh man, your cat is so beautiful." Went to a karaoke bar this week, and one guy there, we started talking about cats, and we were talking about having our cats go outside. And he saw the picture of Paul, and he says, "Oh man, you leave that cat going outside, I'd be afraid of getting him, stolen." And I said, "Yeah, it's something that I don't like that much that he goes outside, but he's an outdoor cat. He's been, always used to go outdoors, so it's kind of difficult to keep him in." Joseph, Paul is the man. Nice to have you here from San Francisco Bay, California. Looking forward to tuning the bands with my unit in BC125AT and our H77CA antenna and my Texan PL 680 on telescopic. Jim Gordon, nice to have you on board. And from Scotland, had a day of thunder, lightning, rain. Hopefully this will lead to a stretch of good weather so I can get out with the radio. Yeah. Michael Morris says, happy Father's Day to all the dads. Blagadai, I have a recording of the pop song Hey Hey Paul in Japanese from Radio Japan. I remember, I will always remember that moment. When you're starting out listening to shortwave, there's all sorts of weird things you get on the bands, and you're like, oh wow. And I will always remember when sometime in 83, 84, some Japanese pop artist, as I'm listening to Radio Japan, is singing Michael Jackson's Billie Jean in Japanese. I was like, wow, this is weird but entertaining at the same time. So, Keegan DXer, yeah, happy Father's Day to your dad. W9JEF. That is, these are the first landmarks, the first moments when that happens, the first, either Father's Day or Mother's Day, depending on who passed away. The other one usually is like either, you guys in the US, Thanksgiving is pretty big, so maybe Thanksgiving. But here, I would say, in my case, with my mom, was the first Christmas without her. It's always a little weird, especially these are the times when there's often some, special moments, memories from the good old days that you remember from, Christmas and so on. So hang in there. Hope don't be too sad. I think he would like you to be happy and continue doing your radio stuff and enjoy radio, Keegan. CD Murchie, Paul the Cat, yes. Pet F. Barrett, nice to have you here. Nice to have you on board from Mansfield, UK. Pete. Les T, nice to have you on board from Chicago. And as we have, okay. Richard Wagner, nice to have you on board from Northeast Illinois, having fun with DSI 4732 mini receiver and also antenna multi-coupler. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. Michael lost our cat recently. He was 18 and he was toilet trained, no litter box. Oh wow, that's cool. Spindle Twister, nice to have you here from Wisconsin. Yeah, been a while. Nice to have you back. King and DXer, I always told my dad when I picked up an FM station, especially one from his home state of Wisconsin, that inspired him to try his luck on 6 meters. Yeah. Old radios. At least I know I am the youngest here. Egan says my dad would hear beacons in the same places or nearby as the FM DX stations. I heard. Yeah, often there is a definitely a pattern of where things come from. Man, it's 3. Do you remember me after a long time? Yeah, the name rings a bell. Absolutely. Energy Dakota says his your cat. Yeah. Jay Watterson 69. Shout out to Paul the Cat. BT Radio says his dad passed away at 86 in 2016. It was like losing my best friend. Yeah. RJ Dakota says my cat Zoomer follows me around everywhere. Marvin Mutz, nice to have you on board from the Japan Islands. Good morning. Brief monsoon season here. Radio, I have to restart my computer. Okay, no problem. Joseph E. Yeah. Now he's getting older, so he doesn't, go out as many times as he used to, because he has to. He's a little fat, so he has to, come up the stairs up to the 3rd floor. So I think he's starting to find it a little rough to do it. But he still goes out. When he sees his other cat friends that are in the neighbor's yard, he always goes down and goes and meet them and then comes back. Keegan DXer, my cat Tom Tom recently passed away. Passed in May. My other cat, Short Stuff, just passed on June 5th. I think because they missed my dad and each other. Yeah, I don't know what age they were, but it could be that. There's so many things. So that's a lot to have to digest and take care of. So you got to take care of yourself, Keegan. With all of that happening. Old Radio is happy to have my dad here. I spent a whole $20 for him tomorrow. Cool. Hope he's going to be happy. Joseph, my old roommate and best friend, we had a cat, Wendell. He was a magic orange cat that came from nowhere and lived with us for 6 years. Cool. UTV and Ham, KD9WNV. Nice to have you here. Joseph, cat people and radio people make sense. DXing is sort of like hunting. cats hunt sometimes by just sitting at the same spot for hours. Like me with the SDR waterfall. Yep. SWL Joe 32, Geo 32. Nice to have you on board. Toolbrook Tim. Can't get my driver's attic to work. No bulk interface, zero option, and drop down list. Any solutions? Are you sure your device is working properly? Have you tried to connect it to some other computer if you have access to one and see if it shows up? And also, did it show up when you plugged in your SDR? Did you see it show up in the device manager of Windows? Just out of curiosity, because it should usually be there. There's a thing that can happen on some PCs sometimes. I've seen the RTL SDR kind of conflict with some other device that the PC has, because usually it shouldn't be that difficult to have it working. King and the Exorcist with my sister Christine. We had 3 other cats. A black cat named Ebony, 2 Russian blues named Boots with white paws, and a little one named Baby Kitty. UTV and Ham, KD9WNV, got back from Canada yesterday. Cool. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Will the ATS Mini version 1 run the latest firmware? That's a good question. I'm not fully and totally understand exactly all the mixes and the things that can interact and run and be upgraded. It's kind of a weird little world, all of these radios. So not sure. RJ Dakota, a new person who had a cat that was toilet trained, a string with a cat toy at the end. That's cool. I never had, anyways, much problem with, I always purchased those little temporary litters, because Paul the cat used to go out so much when it was nice outside that he would poop in the neighbors' yards and pee in the neighbors' yards. So in the summertime, I would pretty much he would not even use the litter box. So, from like May to October, I would purchase maybe 2, 3 max. But now the sign that he goes out less, I have to buy one every week. So, and I don't know, I don't want to bother with a litter box and buying litter, and it's like, those are kind of, they're not ecological, but at least they're, you just buy it, tear out the paper, and, recycle it a week later. Ditto 1958. Haven't been having a lot of luck lately with Shortwave DXing. I'm in Wisconsin near Green Bay. What are others in the Midwest experiencing? Well, you got to understand first that summer you have to DX much later in the day, late afternoon to evening. If you try to DX in the middle of the day, summer's the worst time for that. It's not like winter. The other thing you got to understand is that you need to follow the solar indices. It's extremely important to understand the solar indices a little, because if the conditions are bad, or if there's geomagnetic storming going on, there might not be that much on the shortwave band sometimes. So you've got to start looking at websites like Space Weather, for example. Spaceweather.com is a great website to know what's happening with the sun. Learn a little more about the K index and the solar activity, because that also helps. The K index is probably the number that you want to look at. The K index, when you look at solar indices, is the representation of how disturbed our geomagnetic field is. And it goes from 1 to 9. Usually 3 and lower, conditions shouldn't be too bad. Above 3, you're starting to get into the territory of conditions might be more difficult. So there's a lot of things that you need to look at the same time. And of course, the more you are to the west coast, the more difficult certain areas are to listen to. But I would say that overall, in the last 2 to 3 weeks, there's been more disturbed days that conditions were not great than there have been good days. And it goes with high solar activity. The sun is in its peak. Yes, a solar cycle when the peak is nice, but it also brings with it a lot more disturbances, solar flares, and geomagnetic storms. Keegan DXer says Tom lived for 11 years. And I think Short Stuff named for his tubby tail was likely a little older. They were best friends. Yeah, the cats can live up to easily 17, 18, but you know, I was reading, I remember when I got Paul the cat, I was reading a lot on cats, and they were saying, oh, that is one thing that Blog or Die is, I didn't think about that, but Blog or Die is a great suggestion to Broke Tim, by the way. In Windows 11, in your antivirus app and the Windows Security app, there's a section where you can check out for the, so if you go in there, you're going to have device security section. In there, you will have one which is, let me just remember what it was. There's core isolation details. In there, there's one thing called memory integrity. I'm not sure, but I think that is not compatible with an RTL SDR. I would need to actually install it. You're giving me a great idea here. I need to find my RTL SDR and install it on Windows 11, because I've installed it last time only on Windows 10, and check it out. You know what, Tuberok Tim, maybe that also could help you. I'm going to, tomorrow Sunday, I am going to find my RTL SDR and make a video of me installing it. Sometimes seeing the old process of somebody doing it might bring you a little something. Plus, I'll be in Windows 11. I don't know if it's that, if you're using Windows 11, by the way. But if it is, you'll see it with Windows 11, actually. So I'll be doing that tomorrow. And anyways, it's been such a long time since I've installed one of those that I think it's going to be a good idea. But yeah, the Blog or Die has a interesting suggestion here. So anyways, what I was saying about cats is that you know, they could live easily up to 18, 20 years, but the average, they were saying that a cat that goes outside, like Paul the cat, the average age is only 8 years old. Cats that go outside tend to die earlier than cats that are indoors only. They're saying like it's like 8 years old for outdoor cats. It's 14 years old average on indoor cats. So it's kind of interesting. So, you know, Paul at 12 is above the average right now. And that's the other thing that like Blog or Die says. So check SDR++. Yeah. Bob's Old Records. Brazil is better during the day than in the evening here in Southwest. Ditto Bob's All Records, Radio Nacional, Amazon 11780. And so what else do we have? All radios, my cat in and out was 17. So, you know, it's an average, of course, usually. So, you know, here at Radio Nacional, Amazona comes in starting late afternoon, like, you know, local time, I'd say about 4 or 5 p.m., which would be 2021 UT. Yeah, because Ditto 1958, north-south signals are always better than east-west signals, or signals that might come through the North Pole. So Brazil, in fact, always gives a great signal because it is to the south. Plus, because it is to the south, it doesn't have much of an impact with the solar storms. Often everything else is gone, but you'll hear Brazil super easily. That was the case back in the day when we had a lot more stations. You could hear, you know, HCJB easily, even when conditions were not right. HCJB was there. So, okay, guys, and in exactly 2 minutes, 17421. So I'm just going to stop the chat here for a second. If you guys want to try a Russian number station. So first of all, I'm going to put this in CW. 421. CW. If you don't have a CW mode, 17420 upper sideband. Or if you don't have upper lower sideband, 17421, play with the BFO. It's going to be Morse code coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia. We're going to see if it's coming in. 17421. Not hearing anything. One of the problems I'm having a lot today, so if you don't hear it in 20 minutes, we're going to try the other frequency. What I'm having today is they are rebuilding the roof of the house next door, and I have a lot more interference. I guess all of their tools that are running are creating more noise today for me. So, I don't know. So I don't know if any of you is hearing 17421. Kind of quiet here. I did hear it last week, but today is not. Seems conditions are not as good today than they were last week. So, Justin, in and out cat 21. Wow, that's good. That's pretty good. 21 for a cat. What else do we have here? Okay, what else? Going down. And what else do we have? So not hearing, Blogger not hearing it too. Mike WX50, I have a Melody 30 oriented east-west reception while nulling overhead power wires to my south, about 100 yards. Roger C is receiving in Ireland on USB, but faint. Tussin Love, I've got a lot of noise on 17421. So, yeah. Yeah, it's possible. It could be also, depending on solar conditions. There are some noise that come from the sun, and that's something that could sometimes interfere with what we're doing. So that's something to look at. So I'm not hearing it. In 18 minutes, they're going to be on 16141. So that's one's going to be the one to check out. Jean Arrache, which is not very far technically from where I am. Saint-Hyacinthe is just to the southeast of Montreal. Is hearing it barely on 17421. So. But I know my noise floor is much higher because usually on that frequency range, the level of my waterfall is usually set to 0. And I have to actually go to -3, -4 to get a decent waterfall, which means I have a lot more interference today on that frequency range. Andrew Galloway, nice to have you on board. Hope you are well, my friend. So anyways, there's another opportunity for that number station in 17 minutes. 16141 is the frequency. I'll also bring up a few things here in the IBI space. Let's check out the schedule, see what's out there. And we are in this time where next week, actually, we'll have our show on the 21st, and we'll be pretty much in the summer solstice. The longest day of the year in the northern hemisphere is going to be here. So this is going to be, we're at the peak of summer propagation right now. And of course, we should be at the peak of sporadic season also. Let me check out here. So we're at 21 UT now. Just want to see what's interesting at 21 UT that we could try for. Also, tune bound the bands a little bit, even if conditions look a little weird. By the way, there will be a BBC Midwinter broadcast coming up. It's coming up usually on the 21st. And so we're trying to find, we still don't have any frequencies. I know that it's going to happen because they've put up the page on the BBC website for the BBC Midwinter broadcast. So this is going to be something to look at. But no frequencies yet. And usually they will test on the bands. So I don't know. Somebody in the chat, SWL, Joe32 says maybe today at 21:30 there could be a test transmission for BBC Midwinter. That's what I'm looking here. And somebody was mentioning there's a text file here. But what could be? I'm trying to see. There's a lot of frequencies here. I can't make out what he sends. This guy sent some frequencies and stuff, but I can't make out what frequencies and where it could be. So next week, and I'll post a video as soon anyways as we know the frequencies for the BBC midwinter, but it's coming up next week, which is an annual thing. I'm just going to check something here for BBC midwinter. BBC midwinter broadcast 2025. So the page is up again. There's nothing on the page. Just want to see if we can have anything else that's going to be mentioned here. Broadcast. Which is weird is it seems to be earlier than the other years. So 21st of June. It says 1432 local time. That would be 1730 UTC. Usually they had it like at 21 or something, 22 UTC, somewhere around there. So it's interesting to see. Test frequencies. Anything here? They have, so these are the frequencies for the 2024 version, but we don't have the frequencies for 2025. $11 yeah. So we'll have to wait. I don't know. I don't have any frequencies right now, and I don't see anyone reporting. I want to go and check out the reporting on Glenn Hauser's IO group, which is often where we get a lot of info about that. Thank you, Marvin Motz, for the donation. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Your comment was not blocked, SWL Joe 32. I saw it. What else do we have? Mike WX50 would having overhead power lines about 100 yards away kill my shortwave reception from that direction. It certainly would not help. That I can tell you. It could also have an effect if they are. What type of power lines are they? Are they just standard low level, like, you know, the 220 volts or something, or 600 volts, or they're the big kilowatt power lines that actually are 100 yards from where you are? Because if they're low level, like here in the front here, I have the standard power lines that are actually giving the power to all the street. The wire at the top is 600 volts. There's a transformer actually in the pole right next to me, which transforms all of that into 220 and is given to all the homes here. That doesn't have much of an impact for me. But if you would live near one of those really high powered lines, those will definitely interfere, and even signals coming through that could be completely nulled out basically by the electromagnetic forces from the high power. So it depends on what type of power line it is. It could have an impact. It could even have pretty much zero impact. It really depends. And of course the noise level could also depend on the quality of the line, how it is, and the type of power. Laura, M7 BFL RST for 17421 here in Scotland is 339 on antenna. AOR S7000. Okay. In Europe, you guys should actually hear it better usually, because it's, I believe, pointed at Europe. Dan V, nice to have you on board. Thank you. From Ohio and AWJZ. Jim Gordon talking about interference. My housing association recently installed LED stair lighting. I was surprised at the high amount of interference they generate, particularly on AM medium wave. Yeah, they depending on the fixture, some are crazy noisy. So it really depends on the fixture. Usually comes with the fact that they have switching power supplies, and that's sad. That's why I have LED bulbs here. This very bright bulb that's actually, giving me the power here is the lighting here is an LED fixture, but I always am very careful in choosing which one. If they're noisy, I return them. Same thing with the bulbs I use all of the house pretty much is using LED bulbs, and I can tell you that is that I've went through several bulbs before I purchased the ones I have, which are Philips bulbs that are very quiet. Oh yeah, Roger. See, the RTL SDR comes very, very hot. That all the RTL SDR come really hot, which is always something I don't like. January to June goes by much slower than July to December. Is it just me, says Old Radios? I would say that they all go by real fast. I'm actually not, just surprised that we're already 6 months in the year. It's just crazy how time flies. No, your comment was in block, SWL Joe 32. Jim Gordon, toasting you all in your absence with some bottles of Newcastle Brown. Cheers, my friend. Okay, so you got 5960, 9575, and 13810. Do you think tonight? I'm trying to find any. I'm not doubting you at all, by the way. It's just I hadn't seen anything in any blog posts. So where did you get your info? Just out of curiosity. I'm trying to check out here. Okay, BBC test. Oh yeah, here they are. Found on IBB monitoring Santiago, Chile. Madagascar 3 test transmission. Oh, 2130. So we're at 15 minutes away, guys, from test transmissions of the BBC. So let's take a listen to that. Thanks, SWL JO32. Much appreciated that you're sharing the info with us. RJ Dakota says, when I lived North St. Louis County, I lived right next to a medium tension power line transmission system that ran all the way from Mississippi River to Emerson Electric. Always caused issues. Doesn't know if I turn off my TV and got rid of most of that noise I had a while ago. It doesn't always do that depending on where I'm tuned. RJ Dakota, yeah, they are. They are more, but and you got to notice one thing: the Philips bulbs are more expensive. So I guess that we're paying for that extra of having low emissions off the bulbs. So I don't care. I'd rather pay more for my bulbs and my lighting systems and have zero noise. RJ Dakota, power lines next to my old home, cause a lot of problems for on-air, over-the-air TV. Yeah, it all depends on so many factors for the power lines too. Before we try the BBC at 2130 in 4 minutes, we could try once again 16141. And we're going to see if there's any number stations from St. Petersburg, Russia here. My noise floor is lower there, so probably going to bring it up to 0, which is actually normal seeing that waterfall here. So we're going to see 16141 is the next at 2120. So at 2120, 16141, St. Petersburg, Russia, number station. Thank you all for the donations once again. If you like what I do, look at all the information we have here, all the things we're doing. We now know, transmission frequencies, and so we've got some great people here. Once again, thank you, SWL Joe 32, for the frequencies. Much appreciated. And if you like everything following all of this, don't forget Super Chat. You can give a donation. I'm particularly calling out once again tonight to those that never donate. I've had a handful of people donate. There could be a lot more when there's all of these people here. So think about it. I mean, we pay for everything today. You pay for your internet, you pay for your cable, you pay for so many things. Well, you know what? Nothing is free, unfortunately. This is my work. It's part of my paycheck every month from YouTube and everything. And so adding a little something, because it helps tremendously. So through the Super Chat, and of course the Pizza Fund and cat treats through PayPal. If you can spare a little something, any amount helps, guys. It doesn't matter how much you're going to give. It tremendously helps doing this, continuing this, having radios to test, having all sorts of things happening, changing the equipment when needed, because computers are not eternal. And I want to thank you for everything. It's always much appreciated. Thank you for the donations. And think about it. It adds you to the next drawing in the first week of August of 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships. So hey, you could win something in the end. We've already got 4 winners this year, so it's going to be cool. So 16141 CW. This is the St. Petersburg, Russia number station, spy number station in Morse code. 16140 in upper sideband. If you don't have CW mode, will we hear this one? I didn't hear 16141. Oh, I'm hearing it. It's very weak, though. It's extremely weak. It's barely out there in the noise. But I definitely am hearing 16141. But it's very, very weak. So I don't know if you guys are hearing it here on the shortwave bands. But it's very, very... So yeah, we've got some neat frequencies here for testing out the BBC Midwinter broadcast. Thank you, John, Tampa, Florida. Much appreciated for the donation. Swatcats, he's hearing it in his shack. Laura says 559 in UK for 16141. So that one's much better. Much better. SWL signals 123, 23. Nice to have you here. Much appreciated. And pretty cool. So here it's barely making it, but it's there. Barely making it, and it's there. In 20 minutes we'll have another one, but before that, it's a pretty wow, so difficult to make out anything. I'm going to choose this. I'm just going to try it on the U20 SDR. So here it's 16141. Yeah. If you're hearing us, just a tone, Blogger Die, it's not that. On the U20 SDR, I can. So BBC test coming up in a few minutes, and that's a guess because we're not 100% sure, but. Oh, that's interesting. There's a discussion here that's going on. That's like, is it or is it not going to be the yeah? Because that's the thing. If it would be at 21:30 today, it's like at 17:30 or 18:30. It's these guys are so weird. You're the BBC World Service. Why don't you use UTC time or GMT? Instead of local time. I don't know. So anyways, we're going to try it anyways. We have no idea if it's there or not, if it's going to be there or not. But there are 3 frequencies for the BBC midwinter broadcast. So the 3 frequencies would be we have our friend that shared it already, but with their transmitter sites. 5960 kilohertz from the United Arab Emirates. 9575 would be from Ascension Islands in the South Atlantic Ocean. And 13810 would be from Wolverton and the United Kingdom. Now, this is where I'm a little also kind of not sure about this, because the frequencies, the broadcasts would be not at 21:30 according to them. But anyways, let's go for it. We will try that. So in a few minutes, we will try those 3 frequencies. One thing for sure, 5960 is not a frequency for me here. But 9575 Ascension Islands, 13810 in Wolverton. Let's check that. Usually there are tones and there's maybe some broadcast or some music or something. It doesn't last very long usually, and it's to verify the frequencies that will be chosen for next week's BBC Midwinter broadcast are going to be fine for Antarctica. So we're going to check that out. I would have loved it would have been at 21, 22 UTC next week. It would have been right in the middle of our live show here. Thank you, Nancy and Dines, for the tip. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. So anyways, I'm hearing the transmission from Russia on on my laptop here using the using the U20 SDR in the Netherlands. I can hear it. It's not very strong, but it's there. In 13 minutes, it's going to be 15928. But before that, we are going to check out 13810 for me is what I think is going to be the best frequency. Andrew Galloway, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. So 13810 is the one that I would think would be the best for North America personally. 9575 Ascension will be sending its signal down to Antarctica. So I don't think that would be the best one here. 5960 UAE here, 0, I don't think. You guys in Europe might have more chances with that one though. So 3 frequencies to check if the test transmission. It's the first year that everybody's messed up on when the test transmission is actually going to happen. Because some people are saying, well, maybe the test transmissions happened earlier, since the broadcast is supposed to be earlier. And everybody's saying that June 21st Antarctic is scheduled for 18:30. Not even, it's 17:30, because the local time in summer is 1 hour ahead of UTC. So everybody's messed up with the frequencies and times this time around. Last year was very, very clear. This year sounds weird. Oh yeah, 13560 is tons. There's tons. You don't even have to be in the lower sideband. You could just type 13560 SWAT cats in AM mode, and you'll hear tons and things of beeps and all sorts of things together on that frequency, which are very local frequencies of scientific instrumentation, RFID, and stuff like that. So anyways, we'll see. I don't know if it's going to be anything there. I'm on 13810. I somehow doubt it will be there. But hey, what do I say all the time to you guys? Even if you think it's not going to be there, you got to try it. It's the only way you'll know. So, if not, anyways, I'll make a video this week for sure on the channel that will give all the details of times, frequencies for the BBC Midwinter when we are actually sure of exactly when it's going to happen. And hopefully you guys are going to tune in. Hopefully you guys are going to tune in. So, will that be... Well, signal popping up at 13810. There's definitely a signal. It's a news bulletin. Seems to be a news bulletin. Let's try 9575 here. Yep. So 13810 is making it. Blongadai is hearing 13810 also in Virginia. Andrew Galloway, I'll be there on the 29th. I will have my PL368 by 10. Cool. RJ Dakota, I barely, but do hear 13810. So that's from Wolferton in the United Kingdom. Justin has something. Laura, 13810, transmitting here in Scotland. You're close to the transmitter site because it's in Wolferton in the UK. Old radios, bought a Kodak 122 film camera from 1910. Wow. Robert Varner, nice to have you here. KC2TEL. So SWL Joe 32 says nothing for me on 9575, but 5960 and 13810 is there. Sweatcats recording it now on 13810. John Vargas got 13810 in South Florida. So this is the test frequency that would mean, you know what's interesting? The transmission, it's not clear. They're saying 1432 local time. They're doing their test obviously later, which would kind of tell me that the special midwinter BBC broadcast next week will be at 21:30. I mean, why would they do the test at 21:30 if it's at 18:30? It makes no sense. So I would guess these are the test transmissions for next week. King and DXing missed catching the last of Gander Vomit recently. Remember listening to Vomits on 6604, you mean? Or 6754 is the Trenton, and 10051 on occasion. But in douche are these test transmissions for the upcoming midwinter broadcast. I got it from Warfordton last year. Yeah, it seems that these would be the 3 frequencies being tested for midwinter broadcast next week. And I would guess, I hope that is going to be at 21:30, because it would be nice, because we would all be together at and listening to the special midwinter broadcast, which would happen during the live show next Saturday, which would be very cool. Very, very cool. So John Vargas, I got it in Florida. SWL Joe 32 says all frequencies are there. M. Dietmar 13810 is good in Cincinnati, Ohio. Blogadai 13810 decent on DX 286 at telescopic. Good on PL 990 with external antenna. Benita Dush 13810. Pretty cool. Fred Water, what are we listening to on 13810 also? Why? Hi everyone. It is a test transmission from the BBC, Fred, for the BBC Midwinter special broadcast next week. So this is what we have here. They are testing 3 frequencies, 5960, 9575, and 13810 today to check propagation for next week for the Antarctic broadcast for midwinter. So 13810 is the testing frequency today. Gonna check something here. I'm curious. F13810. Oops. So that would be, so 13810 definitely would be the best one here. Hopefully propagation could be a little better next week and be much stronger than today. That one's from Warfordton, UK. No problem, Keegan. John, Tampa, Florida, 13810, all static here in Florida on long wire. 54 Cal 9575, better on random wire. 13810, better on the MLE 30. Mike B, hello from Beefield, Colorado. Nice to have you here. Yeah, that's the thing, Fred. But their website, when you go to the website, which is up, they say 14:30 local time. First of all, I can't believe the BBC is using local time. We don't care about local time. We want UTC. And it would be the first time that I've heard it any time else than 21:30. So I guess maybe there's a typo on the website. And that, because it would make no sense to make the test at 21:30 today and, you know, just put it at another time in the other days. By the way, here, I want to show you guys a little cutie. Here's, not me, little cutie's here. Look at that. Look at that little cutie. Look at the little cutie. He looks like half asleep. Paul the cat, half asleep. He wants more. Yuck, Paul the cat. The little paw just going a little down here. He's listening to everything I'm saying, kind of wondering, am I talking to him? Yeah. A kitty little cat. Beautiful cat. So, sorry guys. Going from a beautiful cat to the ugly guy. So, anyways, that, like you say, Fred, traditionally it's always 21:30. Our Roger C's got 95.75 in Ireland. London 19657. Nice to have you here. Kenneth KW 1161. Nice to have you here from Tucson, Arizona. Steve 57. Steve DX. Lightning causing too much interference. Southeast Georgia. John Tempo, Florida. Not 13.310, 13.810, John Tempo, Florida. 13.810. But in the douche, 13.810 and 9575 here. I got Wolferton and Ascension Islands last year. Used PL 330 last year. I have an Eton Elite and Sony ICF Shortwave 11.2. M6JKW, nice to have you here. I said local time, but hey, it's loco time. Let's all turn crazy. Texan PL, Paul the Turner signature model. Yeah, why are you bothering me, London 19657? Justin's got a bunch of Morse code QRM on 13810. Huh. What radio are you using right now, Justin? Oh, 15928 is transmitting, by the way, says Laura. I've forgot about it. Let me check it out here. 15928. Yeah, not hearing anything on 15928. Thanks for reminding us, Laura. I'm M7BFL. Yeah, 13810. Yeah, I saw somebody else saying that he was receiving it in Florida. Harold Anderson, nice to have you here. LB1NH in Norway. We're actually checking out our friend, the BBC Midwinter broadcast frequencies right now, Harold, on 3 frequencies. We were on 13810 from Wolferson, UK. Almost gone now. Crazy. So and so we have several frequencies from them for their BBC Midwinter broadcast, which is 5960 United Arab Emirates, 9575 Ascension Islands, 13810 Wolferson, UK, and that is for testing frequencies of the BBC Midwinter for next week. So I would guess if it is 2130, we are going to have the BBC Midwinter match with a live show, which is going to be kind of cool. I'm going to be able to listen to that while we have our live show here. Pretty cool. Thank you, London 19657, for tuna pizza with extra anchovies for Paul the Cat. Old radios, Duracells I bought in March for my S2200X finally died today. Well, that's not bad. From March until today, it's a good run. It's a pretty good run. I put Panasonic alkalines in my S2200X, and they are just about to die. I mean, the radio runs, the radio still works, but the battery indicator is like real low. Man, it's been several months now. So I think the best way to run the S2200X is to run it off D batteries. Get it? No Joy in Tucson, Arizona, either 9575 13810. What else we have? Richard Wagner. I got Wolferton 13810 on the RSPDX in Northeast Illinois. Okay. Cool. Cool. The Rook Tim wants everybody to hit the likes. What's the message on 6050 right now? What are you getting on 6050? Here, 6050 probably doesn't have. So, what language is it? But in the douche. Maybe I should tune the Netherlands SDR to see what's there. Because at this time, if I look at the schedules, at this time, 6050 at, whoops, this is the wrong, this is what I want. 6050 at 21 is either, if it's in Mandarin, it's from China. There's a Chinese station. Or else, There's Voice of the Andes and HCJB in Quito, Ecuador, but I'm not sure it would make it right now up to there. And there's Liberia, Elvo Radio, that stops at 2230. If it's in English, it's ELWA in Liberia. If it's in Quechua or something like that, it's HCJB. And if it's in Mandarin, it's China. So it depends what language it is. But in the douche. Sounds like Arabic or Indian music. Huh. Unless something else is there that's not listed right now. SWAT Cats. I believe the BBC. Let me check it out here. Do they still have it? BBC reception report. They used to have a page. Yeah, the BBC EQSL service. Here. If you guys want to send for a QSL, BBC has a EQSL service. You fill out the form and EQSL. Just fill out the form and you will have an EQSL in the in your email. As simple as that. As simple as that. Thank you, Kenneth, for the donation. Much appreciated. So, yep, people are hearing. We're hearing the frequency. So, what is cool is I think next week we're going to be right in the middle. This is going to be fun, actually, to have all of us together join in. Let's really cross our fingers for the best possible propagation to have the BBC midwinter broadcast. I find that transmission to be so much fun to listen to, with all the greetings from family and friends to the people that are in the Antarctic base. It's just so cool. So cool. Bobby Tino, nice to have you here from Dallas, Texas. 57 Steve DX says Duracell AA's recently ate a small flashlight. Yeah, I don't buy Duracells anymore for that reason. They are the worst for leakage. It's crazy. Here at the dollar store, they have Panasonic alkalines, like at something like $350 for 2 batteries or something like that. And they are really, really good. And they never leaked. I never had a Panasonic leak on me. So I buy those. Ray Oxford, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. But in the Dush 6070 playing some amazing heavy metal right now. Yeah, 6070 in your area, it must be channel 292. That's the station usually on that frequency. So BBC EQSL service, if you guys want to try for a little QSL card. This is going to be fun next week, having the BBC Midwinter right smack in the middle of the live show. I did a few times a live show for just that a few years ago. But now, hey, it's going to fall right in the middle. So we've got some frequencies, and this is good. And so this is also good because I've not edited the International Radio Report. We didn't have any frequencies to talk about in the show, and now we do. So I will have to edit the show and upload it with the information that now we have. about all of it. John Tampa says he quit Duracell batteries years ago because of that. Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. Kenneth says, "Do you think the BBC will give me a QSL if I say I heard a them on your service?" I was listening to the official SWL channel on YouTube and heard your station testing. Can I have an EQSL? The big problem with that is you'll have to. Well, you still can answer all the questions, but with the details of what it was like here. Blogger Die 6070 here is CFRX. Yeah, here in North America is, well, for the most part, CFRX. But yeah, channel 292, German one on 6070. They're what? 3985, 3975, 6070, and 9670. It's it's German station. So that's what you're listening to there in Europe for sure. They cover most of the I don't understand, after all the years they didn't have enough complaints about battery leakage to change the battery formula or something. I don't know. I'm taking a break for 2 seconds. 1, to get a beer. 2, to check on my caregiving duties. I have to go see if everything is all right. And well, while that's happening, don't forget, you can give a donation here if you like what I do. It's a lot of fun. Look at all the interaction. Look at all the stuff we listened to tonight. Thanks to you guys for giving a lot of input about all this stuff we're listening to. And of course, we're trying it out. We're having fun. Next week, BBC Midwinter. We're going to talk about other stuff. And the show continues, of course, as we're getting close to 22 UTC. And of course, Pizza Fund and cat treats for those that want to do it through PayPal is here. Thank you all for your donations. They help tremendously. You have no idea. Remember, what if this was not here starting next week forever? Would you miss it? Well, think about it. Sometimes it's just, you don't do anything, you don't give anything, but the day is gone. Oh, I missed that show. Well, don't let that happen. And one of the ways to not let that happen is to help out also. So thanks, guys. And I will be back in about 2 minutes for checking out everything and, of course, have another beer. It won't be very long, guys. Okay? So coming back soon. I should have some kind of little interval signal or music when I go for that. So I'm back in a few minutes, guys. And I'm back, and you missed a beautiful little moment where Paul the cat was like, "Where were you? I missed you." He was looking everywhere and looking at me when I was actually coming in. Hey, little kitty. Yeah. Look at that little face. How can you not like this little cat? Well, this fat cat, but you know, it's, yeah. Mr. Paul in the house, of course. So, we're back. Now he's cleaning himself. It's like, how dare you touch me? So, back in the house. Just going to check if anybody... Lately there's been a couple of people that are actually logging in through the email, so I want to make sure I don't miss out on anyone. Okay. You know what, RJ Dakota? In my case, it's the reverse now, and I guess it shows that my noise floor here has started to rise in recent years, because CFRX on 6070 used to be easy here. Every day in the afternoon I could listen to CFRX. I would sometimes tune it and listen to the programming. And now it's a impossible thing here. It looks like my noise floor has just got high enough to make it impossible to hear. Which I find sad, because it's kind of cool to listen to that. Especially here, it was, you know, like all afternoon it was something to listen to here. Richard Wagner dropped his ATS-25X2 and no more sound, but it does work with headphones. Time to order the latest version. Yeah, it might have destroyed the speaker. But at least it works with the headphones, and it gives you an idea. It gives you a way of getting a new radio. Oops, dropped the radio. Got to get a new one. Oh man. Bonnet de Douche likes the Chaîne 3 on 252 long wave at night. So yeah, you guys there have so many things to listen to there. Well, less than before, but still, you got these cool things to listen to. Here in North America, it's like kind of boring, you know. Logged Eyes got a CFRX QSL from October 1990. I got two of them. One was the from like 1983 with the little plane in the air, and another one that I have, which was some kind of anniversary of the station in my QSL book. Yeah, 6070 Jean Arrache for you in Saint-Hyacinthe is CFRX in Toronto. Cool, Keegan. And cheers, everybody. Whatever you're drinking is fine. My WX video just finished. Brisket, nachos, and ANW zero sugar. Good stuff. Mike B, it would be nice if you had a way to make the pop-up ads from YouTube show up while you take a break. Yeah, I know. I'm going to look something into it, because I noticed something that I didn't see before. I think I can have a control of when they show up. And what we could do with the ads is I could do an ad break. And if I could do it myself, what would be nice is when I stop talking about a subject or something, so it doesn't disrupt the show, we take an ad break, I press a button, okay, put ads now, and then we come back just like on TV, you know, hey, we're going to come back after this, you know. I'm going to check out to make this happen, because I think I have a control over it if I take over the control instead of letting YouTube do it by itself. So maybe next week we're going to try that, because here I have a button that says put an ad. So the button tells me I can add, I have an ad here, and I can press that. I won't press it now, but maybe I could control and have the ads only when I want them, rather than, because I agree, you know, the ads are, unfortunately, ads are what, or fortunately, ads are what gives me money. But at the same time, as someone who also watches other YouTubers, I know how annoying ads are sometimes on YouTube. And there should be a better way to have the ads balanced out. So maybe I should try that. Control the ads myself. From one, it's like on videos. If I do a long video, YouTube will put ads, wherever it thinks it needs to put ads. But I can also go in the YouTube studio, and I can tell it, okay, put an ad here or here, and don't put any other ads than those. And of course, that means I can choose a spot where the ad is not going to be annoying to people. It's like, you know, let's take a break kind of thing. So, you know, I totally understand that. That's where, you know, I find it sad, because there's kind of a lot of ads have gone out of control a little bit, and people get ad blockers. Why? Because, yeah, I know, it gets annoying at some point, you know. And there are things that, you know, I find stupid. You know, why put a non-skippable 30-second ad on a 2-minute video? I mean, the ad is almost a quarter of the length of videos you're watching. It doesn't make sense. There are so many of these things that are annoyances. I totally understand that. Robert Thompson, my Texan PL330 radio stand has arrived. I'm currently waiting on the radio to get there. Fingers crossed. Cool. Andrew Galloway, all these broadcasts make me wish I had better radios. What do you have right now, Andrew? Sometimes it's not necessarily better radios. Sometimes it's less noise. For a lot of us, it's actually that. Less noise, not necessarily better radio. Ray Hawksworth says, I received my wonky rechargeable with my Codasend DX286. Good thing I had bought some more on Amazon. But then Sangdu puts out over a quasar's worth of power. Yeah, I know. They're very, very powerful. It's like, you know, when you start looking at transmitters and it's like, oh, this is a megawatt transmitter. It's like, oh, well, okay. No wonder everybody's hearing you. I'm looking at Robert Page as shared is EQSL from the BBC. So here's the EQSL. Let's make that bigger. I mean, this is worth it. Make it bigger. Take my tablet here. Gonna be a big screen, but this is definitely cool. So, by the way, if I have to give a kudos to the Amazon tablets, I forgot mine in the rain in a big thunderstorm outside in the backyard. When I saw it the next morning, it was underwater in about an inch of water. And of course, it didn't work anymore. I let it dry out for a month, and surprise, surprise, it works again. So these are indestructible. So Robert Page, QSL card. or Mr. SWAT Cuts, for those that want to know who Mr. SWAT Cuts. This is what he received as an EQSL from the BBC. So nice, eh? Makes me want to do one next week while they're doing the live show. But I do have what is the best of the best, the real deal. I do have two QSLs, and apparently they are pretty difficult to get back in the day. So I'm kind of lucky to have two real QSLs from the BBC World Service here in my QSL books. King and DXer says hello again to Paul. It reminds me of Tom Tom. Yeah, it's like a friend of mine. She lost her cat, her orange cat, 2 years ago. And she was on Facebook. She always tells me, every time you post a picture of Paul the cat, it reminds me of my own cat. Sheila, nice to have you on board from Belleville, Ontario, Canada. Robert Thompson. So you guys that are here, remember that next week, you got to be here. Next week is the BBC midwinter broadcast. It's a once a year thing for the crew that is in the Antarctic base of the UK. And it will probably be during the show. It's going to happen next week. So we could all listen to that together. Just saying, if you guys want to be part of a shortwave moment in history. I think we can call it that. Shortwave moment in history. And the other thing I want to share right now, before I forget, don't forget that Sunday, June the 29th, we are going to be having a Zoom meeting. And that Zoom meeting is going to be at 2000 hours UTC. The last one was a blast. We had so much fun. The people that were there are great. And it's fun to put a face in front of a name and know, oh wow, this is so cool seeing everybody. You don't have to have a cam. You don't have to have a microphone. You can just interact in the chat in the Zoom if you want, if you're a little shy. But one thing for sure is that if you want to join us June the 29th, here is the Zoom link. Here, a copy. Your CHU on 7850 right on the icon. So, June 29th, 2025, that's a Sunday. 20 UTC Zoom meeting. Okay, guys, this is when it's going to happen. You got to be there or be square. As of the latest numbers, we are 30 participants. It would be a lot of fun to see you. It would be a lot of fun to have the interaction with you guys. Know who you are, and I think the last one was great. This one's going to be even better. So, but in the douche, we do get channel 292, but usually here it's on 9670. On 9670 kilohertz, we hear channel 292 in North America. So yeah, the problem with that Keegan is that banner ads, unless somebody clicks on it, pays zero. When there's a banner ad, if nobody clicks on it, I don't get paid. So I prefer to have visual video ads because they pay me something all the time. But hey, yeah, I will not argue with the fact that sometimes they are annoying. Robert Thompson. Okay, I was there. Okay, this is good because my browser crashed with this chat, so now I know where I am. Here we are. Okay. My WX50. I think this is for beer, but it also looks like a root beer float. It's funny because there's the I get my beer at the local kind of little dépanneur, little corner store, and it's a Chinese couple, a real Chinese couple, and they're really, really sweet. And we started talking about soft drinks, and she says that she likes root beer. And I said, well, have you ever tried root beer with, a scoop of ice cream in it? And she's like, no, I've never tried that. I said, oh man, you're missing out on something. So this week, I totally forgot about it, and it's been a while. This week she says, I tried your idea, ice cream and root beer. It is so good. I was like, yes, it is good. Hold my root beer. Yeah. John, Tampa, Florida, please send it over. We'll have a gin and tonic with you. Brian Penny, hey, you're here? Come on, Brian. Look at this. There's somebody here waiting for you. Da-da-da-da. 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 Little cat is here. And it's... Yeah. Brian is here, my man. You got tons of little gifts from him. Huh? You got gifts from him. Yeah. So? Yeah. I love you too, man. Yeah. You're such a sweet cat. Such a sweet cat. Paul the cat is in the house. So just for you, Brian, Paul the cat is here. He's cleaning himself now because I touched him. I must be some kind of foul odor or something. So welcome aboard, Brian. Much appreciated. And thanks for your donations. They're much appreciated too. So, what else do we have? Volodya, nice to have you here. Much more interesting to watch your hangout rather than the nauseating feeds of raw. Oh yeah, let's not go there, my friend. It's just like, oof. You just oh man, let's get out of that. But in the douche, 2,500 kilowatts. Oh yeah, they're megawatts power. Megawatts of power. It's crazy, crazy. It's like every time I see that, I'm like, wow. I don't know about you guys, but I can tell you one thing. I would not want to live next to a megawatt transmitter. Personally, I look at just what happens with my Yaesu at 100 watts when there's RFI in the shack, and it just tells me I don't want to be next to a megawatt transmitter. I don't want to live there. That's for sure. Keegan has been sent in some beautiful shots of his cats. So let me check it out here. Here we go. So that is Tom Tom and his Sea Crane CC Skywave. So this is a beautiful picture. Look at that, guys. Put it here. So Tom Tom CC Skywave. Really nice. Look at that. Pretty cool. And we have... What do we have here? So this one is my cat's short stuff and Tom Tom. Okay, it's short stuff and Tom Tom. So this is cool. Beautiful pictures, guy. Really, really nice to see. Look at that. Very nice. Thanks for sharing, Keegan. Thanks for sharing. This is great. This is great. This is absolutely great. Marty16 says, Mr. Paul is such a beautiful and handsome boy. I have 3 of my own. Cool. Roger C, thank you for the tip. SWAT Cats, yeah, I just showed the QSL. Angpar, nice to have you here from Los Angeles. Nice to have you on board. Old Raiders, yeah, the mid-roll sometimes cuts you off. Yeah, I know. Andrew Galloway, if someone has a YouTube premium account, would they still... Nope. A premium account does not show ads. A premium account gives me a little something from your subscription. So anybody that has a premium account that watches the live show or any videos, there's a little something from that premium account payment you do that comes to me. And you don't have ads, which is probably a good thing. So, you know. RJ Dakota, advertisement keeps us all on air, but it can be managed better. Definitely. Definitely. I got to say that there is a better way to do stuff. You know, when I see people saying, well, you know, I'm using an ad block. Of all the websites I go to, I don't use an ad block. But so many times I just look at the content on the web page and I'm like, there's so much clutter that you're like, yeah, continue doing that shit of ads and don't ask why people want to have an ad block, because that's shit. And I'm sorry, I'm biting the hand that pays me my salary, but YouTube sometimes is part of a problem. And it's sad because if it would be balanced out properly, you know, when people tell me, well, I don't care. It's like, yeah, but don't you think that big corporations like Coca-Cola, Ford, paying for you to have free content is nice? Even though you have to watch an ad? The problem is it went out of control. It went so much out of control that it's like, yeah, okay, there's no more, you can't explain it anymore because it just went out of control. You know, I will tell you one thing. I'm going to tell you one thing that annoys me. I'm a Prime subscriber for Amazon. And suddenly, a Prime subscriber on Amazon sees ads before a movie. I'm like, oh, whoa here. That is an annoying thing for me. It's like, I'm paying. Sorry, no ads. I'm paying. It's, for me, if it wasn't that I actually ordered from Amazon quite a lot, I would actually cancel my subscription with the comments, you put ads on the Prime Video as a paying subscriber, forget it. You're not going to get my money anymore. Two Road Tim bought YouTube Premium, money well spent. Keegan says, I don't mind the ads as long as they don't interfere with the chat. Or, you know, one of the things also about this is the fact that there are different lengths of ads. And I always thought 6-second ads are just the best for YouTube. Because a 6-second ad, look, if you want to describe your product, 6 seconds is enough. Oh, Tide is really good for the clothes washing. There, we said it. Bye. And it's not long enough to annoy someone. But no, they have to push these 30-second ads. the ones that amaze me the most is like, they start like with, well, I had a stroke last year, and since then life hasn't been the same. And then you look at the ad, and it's like, this is a 5-minute ad. If I want to see it all, it's like watching a video, 5 minutes. And I'm like, who watches a 5-minute ad? No one. Or it better darn be really, really freaking good and attract you somehow. Because it's like, 5-minute ad? Whoa. Come on, guys. No. Justin S., have you looked into YouTube's monthly subscription model? Oh, absolutely. But, I already have too many subscriptions. Robert Thompson, YouTube told me to turn off my ad blocker. Yeah, because they're really, really clamping down on ad blocks. Absolutely. They're clamping down on ad blocks terribly. They want you to either be a premium subscriber, or watch ads. They are really, is it a good idea? I don't know. And I'm stuck in an ecosystem I have no control of. This is if I had to say what's the worst part of being a YouTuber, is being in a environment I have very little control on. YouTube does what it does and does what it wants to do, and you just shut up and sit on your ass, and it's like, well, this is the new rule this year. It's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, there's nothing I can do or say. And this is also something that I it's kind of difficult to... I've resisted on so many things. I, for the most part, do not want to have to charge a monthly subscription to get content. People tell me do it. I don't want to be like, how should I put it? The rich versus the poor are going to now have the same content. Somebody told me your live show should be all subscription. I don't want to push away people. I have a hard time with it. So because you don't have enough money to do it, you're going to be out of the live shows. I don't like the idea. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not there. But in return, what I'll simply ask as a YouTuber is, well, abide by certain rules, like, their ads and stuff, and try to be nice and don't use an ad blocker, and, think about it that way, Not everybody does, but some do. Some will do, and some tell me they do, actually. It's like, yeah, because it's you. Yeah, But I hate the paywall barrier where if you don't have the money, I'm sorry. I don't like that. I hate that, actually. Andrew Galloway, the best radio I have at the moment would be the Ceodon R108. I do have a Texan PL368 and really from Hong Kong as we speak. Though, so that will be an upgrade. Oh, definitely will be an upgrade. En route, yep. That will be an upgrade, definitely. Plus, you will add single sideband, which you don't have on the R108. John, Tampa, Florida, Radio Exterior España, receiving well here, 17715. I will correct you. I know that you probably know that your frequency is not right. It's 17715. Let's check it out on 15.5 for North America. 15.5 to North America is not as strong as it could be, but it's not bad. It's actually not bad right now. Roger C, I couldn't type in 9575 on the BBC QSL. I remember one thing about that form, Roger. I remember filling out that form and not being able to type in something. Is it a frequency that I was not able to type in? I'm trying to remember if it was a frequency maybe that I couldn't type in. But I remember I couldn't just do a report. I was like, I don't know what's happening. I can't enter the info. But in the douche, I have to say the XH D220 is a great little pocket radio for very little money. Just try to scan there and getting lots of stations on shortwave and no muting while scanning the bands. Robert Fletcher, nice to have you here from New Hampshire. Okay, it generates the card directly. Cool. YouTube Premium saved London 19657's marriage. That's a good ad, by the way. Mike WX50, I got to put my Carly dog's face in the last Zoom meeting. She wasn't shy at all. Old radios, nobody wants to see my ugly ginger bearded mug. Yeah, come on. Come on. Okay, let's see. I lost my space. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. Wouldn't you guys like, they're talking about USSR and Berlin Wall and stuff. Wouldn't you guys like to know if back in the day, in the 80s, there was some file on you somewhere? I've personally always thought that there was a file on me somewhere in Ottawa in a government place, because I was receiving letters from, all these Eastern Bloc countries. I would, somebody from the government, somebody that it's not a friend, somebody I met once that worked like a higher level and has been in the government for a long time, said, no, we didn't do that. Somehow I don't believe it. Somehow I cannot believe, especially back in the 80s or 70s, that there's not a minimum of observations on your citizens of what you're receiving by mail from Eastern Bloc countries. Maybe there isn't at all. But, Yeah, that also. A cream soda floater, 1977. Yeah, cream soda floater, absolutely. Thank you, SWAT Cats, for the tip. Much appreciated. A cat cam. I know I need a cat cam. Well, I could put that cam there and just put Paul the Cat in the corner, or you guys would like to see me in the corner and Paul the Cat only. Markland, thank you so much for the donations. Much appreciated. 54 Cal has 9440 with BBC with piano music. No problem, Andrew. Well, it's the same with Netflix. I had a Netflix. This is where it never freaking stops. Netflix account. I was one of the first to have a Netflix account in Canada. Then suddenly, they tell you, if you want more than one TV or computer, you have to pay more. Okay. Then it's, if you don't want ads, you got to pay more. I was like, what? And then it's, if you want to have 4K on your 4K TV, you got to pay more. It's like, come on, guys. Where is it going to freaking stop? RJ Dakota, I don't care about advertisement, but it's being carried way overboard. That's the way it's been all my life. If they only come up every 15 minutes or so, I would not care, but it's every 2 minutes. Yeah, that is definitely a problem. You know what's the problem? Also, is you guys are going to find it funny. I had a little brush with a local. There's a guy here that is on a TV network in Quebec, which is called TVA. The guy is also a blogger, and in his blog, he says that I see every week. He says, "Oh, here is how to block ads on YouTube." So I actually commented below, "Oh, so you're telling people how to block ads so that creators like me don't have any money, while you actually are making tons of money with your network on your TV network." And he's like, "Well, it's because it goes overboard." And it's like, I said, overboard? So if I watch a 30-minute show on your network, there's at least almost half of it in ads. I'm telling you, there's really a lot. Have you ever looked at the network you work for? And he come back and says, "Well, they're not that bad." And there's like, yeah, stop annoying others that are trying to make a living when you are making a living annoying us with freaking ads on a TV network. And I was really pissed off. And you know what? I don't know how many likes I got on that post. I was like, yeah, go to hell. Yeah, you just say what you want to say, but hey, my network is perfect. It doesn't have that many ads. Yeah. How come a 1 hour and a half movie lasts 2 hours and a half? There's 1 hour of fucking ads on it. Oops, sorry. It blurted out naturally. Well, that's okay. You just mute it. There you go. Yes, Sirius XM is also, there's pretty a lot of stuff, a lot of commercials there too. Don't worry about that, RJ Dakota, and that's where I don't want anybody to feel bad. When I know a lot of people are not able to do so, and I am so not talking to you guys, but I know so many can. So many, when you come here and it's like, well, I just bought my brand new Yaesu $3,000 receiver, and you never donated in 10 years. It's just a hint, It's not like you don't have the possibilities. A lot of people don't, and this is why RJ Dakota, I don't want to be the guy that's going to be okay. If you don't pay every month, you're not going to be in a live show. I don't want to do that. I want everybody to be able to enjoy, and I think it's a fair thing to say that whoever has the financial means to keep something going, why not? It's a nice gesture, not just for whoever creates whatever it is, like live shows like this, but helping out and people that have less money that maybe would not be able to pay to continue watching something. I think it's nice. It's just it's just a personal opinion. That's it. It's not everybody agrees, but I have a friend of mine that always says, "Well, I don't see why I should pay for stuff on the internet." Well, that's look, that's your thing, but sometimes, if you want to have good content or content that's interesting. Anyways, let's stop talking about that. I don't like talking about that. I don't want to sound like somebody that's just, oh yeah, well, that guy's like he's got all these radios and so on. It's like, yeah, no, okay, let's not go there. But thank you all for the donations. Ian Millett, by the way, thank you so much through PayPal. Okay, what else do we have? My WX50, the mute button, one of the best inventions. I would go further, but I would say a mute button on certain people would be great. Oh, God. Robert Thompson, I don't have an ad blocker on my cell phone, but I turned off the ad blocker on my Chromebook so I can watch YouTube videos. It's Blogger Dive 15500, good on telescopic. I mean, the modern day media has become like the internet. How many ads were there in 1975 on a 1-hour show? And look at how many there are today on the same 1-hour show. So much more. So it's like, come on, That's good. Tuberg Tim, movie channels are blocking VPNs. Yep. Here there used to be one thing here because Netflix. A great example is Netflix. Is always, having it has different content depending on where you are. So some of the good content we want to see here in Canada was only in the U.S. So people would use a VPN to pretend they're in the U.S. to see Netflix of the U.S. And then, of course, they came out with, when we know you're using a VPN, so we're going to block you. I was like, okay, come on. I'm tired. I might get it, but at the same time, when I go to a website of a U.S. Radio station, and it says, I'm sorry the content is not available in your area because I'm in Canada, I feel like saying, F you. Come on. What does it change? Nothing. The what? Let me check that. Fred Water, I love the drug ads that tell you for 15 seconds how beautiful your life will be, and the rest of the ad telling you how the drug might kill you in horrible ways. Yeah. That reminds me of was it in the 80s when they had This Is Your Brain on Drugs, and they had the 2 eggs cooking in a pan, a frying pan or something. It's like, yeah, that's not the way you do it. I'm technically frying my brain. I'm drinking alcohol, so, it's like, yeah. RJ Dakota, 11780, Quilly Awesome, Radio Nacional Amazon on 2. Yeah, cool. I'm kicking the camera. I'm too close to it. Polycat seems happy he's sleeping. 11780. What's next to it? Very nice signal from Brazil. I love reading Nacional Amazonas when they have that Brazilian music sometimes. Just leave it on at night all the time. It's pretty cool. Marvin Mott says, DigiKey parts supplier has a file on me and constantly warns me not to send my Chinese-made purchased parts to another country. Wow. Mike WS50 says, I got a QSL from Tashkent, Uzbekistan back around 1980. The mailman probably hadn't even heard of the country. Also got QSLs from Russia and Eastern Bloc countries. You know where it made me think about being surveyed is when I started getting a few letters by priority mail that I had to sign for. I actually had to go to the post office to get them and sign for. And I was like, why do you want my signature for a QSL card from Syria? That's weird and that's odd. Isn't it? Don't you guys think that because I got a QSL card from Syria, it's odd that I had to go to the post office to sign for it? Something's weird there. KW61, wait until the 8K TVs. You know what? KW61, HD, got my face. 4K, I gotta put makeup. 8K, I'll put a mask. Keegan DXing, PG raining out the window. Yeah, bleep. Thank you for doing the bleep. Jean Arrache, in the meantime, Pierre-Carl Pelado goes on Radio-Canada and warns his network revenues are down. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Fred knows for a fact he's got a file. So, according to your own impressions and the fact that you know you have a file, do you think I probably had a file because I had all these letters from everywhere? I'm not going to ask you how you know, but that would seem logical that I probably had one too, Fred. Dean KQ4ADG. I watch only streaming services after that offer zero advertisements. I totally agree with you. 57 Steve DX 9740. Good signal to the southeast with some jazz. Radio Romania International 9.74. Enter. It's very noisy here. Check on the Yaesu. I think my ICOM is not as good as it used to be with what I'm listening to. It's much better on the Yaesu, even though it's not best. So Radio Romania English 9740. That's also pretty cool. So let me try to get back down. Robert Thompson says, I always wondered if the government was watching me because I was receiving QSL from Cuba. Yeah, it is a legitimate question. Fred Water, I took Russian courses at university one day. Out of the blue, a guy in class said to me, you get a lot of mail from abroad. I was a little freaked. He followed that with, I was okay. That is weird. That is weird. Hey, Matt. Nice to have you here from Denver, Colorado. No problem, John, Tampa, Florida. London 19657 in the US, and my VPN works to the UK. Still had it 15 years. RJ Dakota, a show like Outer Limits took 52 minutes to deliver. Now most hour shows are like 40. Yeah, there you go. You're annoying us more. Killing 61, just because you are paranoid does not mean they're not watching you. The X-Files, they're watching you. That would have been even better. It's like, not the truth is out there. It's like X-Files, they're watching you. Yeah, Netflix isn't bad. I had Disney Plus, which I just decided no, too expensive for what it is. I do have the means to, how shall I say, view things without paying, but I don't want to do that. I try to be a good citizen. Let's put it that way. But no, come on. And I still have my biggest rant in all of the movie stuff is, why should I pay to see a movie that I've seen 20 times since 1980? All those old movies should be free somewhere. They've done their money. They made tons of cash on them. It's over. Put them on there in some free form. Okay? I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm going to rewatch, I don't know, Indiana Jones. The original one. It was like, yeah, I'm going to pay for that because it's not anywhere, and it's here on Prime for $4.99 rent. I've seen it 15 times. They made billions out of it. Shove it in some website that's free, okay? And stop annoying people with, I have to pay for an old movie. And it's worse. It's like, I wanted to see the original Time Machine from like 1950 or something, 60. And I'm like, oh, you got to pay $4.99. It's like, it's a freaking old movie. Why should I pay again? No, I'm sorry. This should be banned. Any movie that's more than 20 years old, forget about it. Free. Let's put it in the public domain. Oh, SWAT Cats. Is that, what's the artist that did it? Oh, I always feel like somebody's watching me. That's Rockwell? Is that the name of the guy? Which was a song co-wrote by Michael Jackson. Oh, that song. Wow. I don't know. Ray Hawksworth. I live in a 4th floor condo and am considering a portable antenna for my Texan PL990X. I ran 25 feet across the balcony, but it didn't do much. Is there a better option for me? Ray, if it didn't do much, it's because you have a lot of noise around you. So what I would recommend is really the MLA 30 magnetic loop antenna. Because of its design, some of that noise might actually be gone or lowered, and you might actually have the possibility to listen to radio again. It's not a miracle antenna, I'm going to tell you already. But I think if there's something out there that could help you out, that will be the case. The biggest issue of all right now is to lower the noise. The biggest issue is we have noise to a level that's so complicated, so difficult to deal with around us, and that's killing the hobby a lot more than anything else, unfortunately. J Dakota, just say no to drugs campaign, but was well intended but also overdone. Yeah, it's there's a You can do a drug campaign because, yes, drugs and alcohol. I say it all the time. You know what? I had on my Facebook page, guys, a ad from beer companies that said the taxes are too high on beer. And the first thing I said on my own Facebook wall is there are never too high taxes on alcohol. If, double them if you want. Alcohol is not required to live life. And alcohol is a huge problem. We know it in society. It creates huge problems. So I am one of the first, and I drink beer and drinks and stuff, but I'm the first to think, no, don't lower taxes. I don't have to drink beer. I don't have to drink alcohol. I do it because I want to do it, because I want to have a drink. I like it, and that's it. But no, you're not going to lower taxes. Don't do it. Don't do it. Stop annoying people with, high taxes on alcohol, Swatcad, shell on a holographic television or Star Trek holodeck. Kenneth. Shell, turn left and sign here. Turn right and sign here. Hold this number. Hold this plate with a number on it. But I tell you, back in the day, come on. Yeah. Blogger Nice says, my parents were nervous that I was getting stuff from Radio Moscow, Radio Peking back in the 60s. My guess is that it would have been too much work to keep such files. It definitely it's a lot of work to keep files off of so many people. And, there's that side. It's like when somebody tells me, well, the spying, the, terabytes of data going to... No, it's too much to handle. I don't abide by the fact that, I'm being spied on with everything. For the same reason you said, it's just too much work. It's still today, even though there's, computers that are incredible, it's still today too much work for terabytes of data on everybody about little annoyances of everybody's petty lives. So, yeah, there's going to be specific things being done. But, oh yeah, well, your email account's being... Look at my email account. I don't care. What are you going to find in there? They're watching you on your computers. Like, yeah, I hope you enjoyed the porn pictures. Sorry. Kenneth, I watched Dr. Temleskov and she said a sunstorm should be affecting Earth around now. Yeah, there's something that should be happening. It's funny because in the Space Weather website they said something happened on the sun that is going to affect us. There was a big solar storm that's subsiding right now. So, yeah, it could be, there's so many things, but, sunspot number increasing. We're in the top of the solar cycle. A very interesting article that was on Space Weather about 2 weeks ago was about the solar storms of the past. And it shows that, we talk about the 1859 solar storm all the time. We actually regularly we talked about it here. And what they were saying is that like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years ago, there were Real huge storms that today's storms are nothing compared to them. They were so huge they created carbon 14 and the tree rings. And it tells you that the sun can really go bad, something horrible. And I mean, in today's technology, forget it. We're all in the dark for the next 3 years. But, it's crazy. Robert Thompson, Tubi. Yeah, I go to Tubi regularly. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff on Tubi that I like, and that is there all the time. Almay Sam, yeah, we've been talking about the time blips on 779.5. I think the last time I talked about I talked about it at least 7 or 8 years ago, and it's been going on, and nobody really knows what it is. I've not had yet any explanation. Somebody told me, "Oh, it's a radar in Australia." No, well, at some point in the day, I should not be receiving it if it's the case. It's there everywhere around the world, like 24 hours on 6779.5. It's a very interesting one. I'm going to tell you that. Yeah, I know SWAT cats, but at some point, Matt says it takes forever for copyrighted material to enter the public domain. They're going to squeeze every penny. Yeah, and that is. I'm sorry, but that there's some point it was like, come on. I actually wouldn't. If you elect me, I will make a law that says after 25 years, it's all free, music and movies. They've made their money in 25 years. Enough. So please vote for me. Andrew Galloway, I still have a Blu-ray player and tons of physical media. Pay once and watch many times. Yeah. I do have a lot of DVDs here. I do have maybe, I'd say maybe 200 DVDs that, if I want to watch certain movies, they're there. Sorry, there's people have been sending me emails. I'm gonna check it out with my tablet so we can show the stuff to everybody. So you can watch it as many times as you want and so on. Thank you, Markland, for the pizza fund. Much appreciated. Fred Water, I don't get radio stations geo-blocked looking at you, BBC. Oh dear, we don't want worldwide listeners. Yeah, it's so dumb when you think about it. It's like, oh no, I'm sorry, but we don't want you to hear anything. Blogger Dice, send part of that salad to me, please. Rockwell, he rocked well. That's kind of a one-hit wonder. I've never heard anything else from him, by the way. And that's like a one-hit wonder. Hey, David in Barcelona. Nice to have you on board. Multitasking with other things. So, we're not important. He's multitasking with other things, but, couldn't get to the chat. Nice to have you here. Matt MDK2 says the Rockwell song being a hit is a measure of how much Michael Jackson ruled the world at that particular moment in time. Yep. And you know what? It's like Prince. How many songs that Prince wrote for others is astonishing. An example, Manic Monday by the Bangles is a Prince song. Swatcats, Rockwell is the son of Berry Gordy. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Robert Thompson, the government is legit watching our mail too. It does make one wonder. Yeah. Keegan, my Kodasend DX286 radio is in the box. Just came this evening. sooner as anticipated. Wow, you got it. You have to play with that. Send us a picture of the box. It's a great little radio. You're gonna really, really enjoy that radio. I can tell you that. David EA3IEK says this Saturday I attended our yearly Mercoham 2025 ham fair near here in Barcelona. Didn't buy anything in the end. That's part of my club's participation. I showed my portable setups with my IC705 and 7100 radios, which generated quite a bit of interest. Cool. That's fun. Keegan, we all recommend that you take it out of the box right now as you're being here on the live show. And Keegan, that manual, keep it nearby. You need it all the time. It is a complex receiver. A lot of things in that menu that you can change and play with. Sweatcast, Sheena Instance, Sugar Walls was written by Prince. Yeah. I mean, these guys were geniuses. You can't put it in any other way. These guys were geniuses back in the day. R.T. Curtis, nice to have you here, Randy, in Illinois. And, by the way, looking at getting a remote control flex station. Cool. That's fun. That is fun. So where was I here? I missed out on a lot of, okay, here we go. Robert Thompson, his Girl Friday is my favorite movie of all time. The black and white version. I love black and white movies. I love black and white horror movies. They are so much scarier than anything today. Today, anyways, it's just so beautiful. It's like a vampire movies with this vampire that's just a sexy guy. It's like, no, that's not a vampire. Nosferatu. That's a vampire. That is what a vampire is, in my mind. Kenneth, the writer Mark Twain said that if you want to know your past, run for public office. Even more true today, definitely. I know. They get all the dirt out. They got all the trash. That's for sure. Sweatcats, Deep Space Network Madrid's getting signals from Voyager 1, which always amazes me. Keegan just sent another picture. Yep, we're going to check that out because I got a few pictures here. I got a few things I got in the mail. The email. So, let me just check what's here. First of all, so, Kenneth, okay, so, okay. Oh, look at that. This is so beautiful. So Kenneth uses a telescope, and this is amazing. I mean, I just look here. Oh, wow. As a guy that watched the sky so many times, been DXing outdoors while using my new Dwarf 3 smart telescope to scan Tucson's light polluted skies. I'm sending you a photo that I took in the past months. This is beautiful. Look at that. Look at that, guys. You can see that galaxy there. And all those stars. This is really, really nice. Look at that. That is beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Thank you so much, Kenneth, for sharing. We've got Molly the Cat from Andrew Galloway. Oh, beautiful Molly the Cat. Look at that. Look at that face. Come on, guys. This is beautiful. Wow. Love this cat. Beautiful. Thanks, Andrew. Keegan sent some of his radios here. Like this. And there's some guy on that laptop that's talking that has this colorful background, apparently. I don't know who you're watching, man, but I'd be wary. You never know who you see on the internet. And do we have? And here's a better picture. The same thing. Oh, the Quotasen. We have the Quotasen. Look at that. Hey, it's here. It's here. And so cool, Keegan. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. You're going to love that radio. It's just so fantastic. So fantastic. Thanks, guys, for sharing. It's fun. You have interaction, and it's kind of cool to see the stuff. It's really nice. Yeah, the QSL car from Voyager. That would be good. And NASA QSL, I guess. Would have to come from NASA. Where else? Where else? Junior Garden. Nice to have you here. Julian Alfred is the Olympic champion of St. Lucia. Okay. Sheila, when you running for Prime Minister, Jill? You'd have my vote. Yeah, I know, Kenneth. I need to, I'm a lazy guy. I mean, I work all this stuff for YouTube and everything, but part of me is lazy. It's like, but yeah. My WX50 says, I've got to the point when I'm only buying movie discs if I know I will watch a movie more than once. I know it's not technically allowed, but I've been using OBS Studio and renting the movie, playing it on my browser, and using OBS Studio to record my PC. Because it's like, yeah, I'm going to watch it again. I want to pay for it again. Come on. Yeah. The new voice of CHU had the tone. I can do it in French and English also. It's like, how does he do it? I'm trying to remember how he does it on the CHU announcements. Temps universel coordonné. 14h52 minutes. 14 hours, 52 minutes. Beep, beep. And then the other one is coordinated universal. No, it's what? It's coordinated universal time. 14 hours, 53 minutes. 14h53 minutes. Something like that. Take care, SWL Joe 32. It's nice to have you on board. Yeah, that Alexander whatever. Yeah. Remember that? It's when he lost his title and he had to say the artist formerly known as. Is like, oh god, contracts. You can't say it anymore. Oh god. It's funny because it just reminded me of something. There was a when high school ended and I started getting into satellites, one of my best friends, which had done shortwave with me for a while, came back to me and said, "Oh, you're doing some, radio stuff still?" And I said, "Oh yeah." And I said, "I'm now listening to satellites." And he was like, "Satellites with a scanner radio?" "Oh yeah, I am listening to satellites." And he didn't believe it. He didn't believe it. So I said, "I got something for you. Tomorrow we're going to see each other." And I had taken the pass. There was the first, for those that are amateur operators, maybe you remember that the original Dove satellite. Dove satellite was kind of cool. It was just a satellite orbiting Earth something like every 90 minutes. It would just have a recorded message saying, "This is Dove in space." And then it would shut down. And so I said, "This is a satellite called Dove." I had a little documentation to show him. I said, "It's going to pass over here, Montreal, in the next hour. We're going to hear it on my radio." And I still remember how amazed he was when he heard it on my scanner radio. "This is Dove in space." It's like just crazy. Just crazy. RJ Dakota, I have that song by Rockwell on 45 RPM. Believe it or not, the label says IRS. I like that. The IRS. Yeah, it says that in that song too. Justin, thank you so much for the tip. Much appreciated. No problem, David. Always nice to see you. Oh yeah, Prince was a genius. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's pretty crazy. Oh yeah, it might be because there are two versions. There's one with 18650 battery and one without the 18650 battery, Keegan. Robert Thompson, I love going to the movie theater. This goes back to my childhood. Jurassic Park Rebirth is on my list. I love dinosaurs. Yeah. I was a big movie buff. I mean, for a long time, every time I was looking at every movies that were coming out in the summer, and I was there the night of like there's a first airing of the movie at like midnight on a Friday night or Thursday night. I would be there. I was such a big fan. And it's funny because a lot of my friends didn't understand because they were like, well, even if we get a little late, there's all the ads before. And I was like, no, you don't understand. I enjoy watching the upcoming attractions as much as watching the movie itself. And my friends were like, why? Because I want to see what's coming up. And I was a big fan for that. Oh yeah, a lot of features on the Quartercent. You need to keep that book, that instruction manual next to you. John says, I hear Quartercent. Well, yeah, that's what I heard too. So hopefully that's going to be kind of interesting to test out for sure. I hope to have one to test. Robert Thompson, the top of my AC heating unit is where I have my shortwave radio. It's the perfect place. Keegan just had to refresh again, but caught your CHU voice impressions. Universal time coordinated. Had the tone. 21 hours, 46 minutes. Universal time. Well, to tell you how important the manual is, Okay, just to tell you how important the manual is. I go into my tablet, I go into the files, and I just go into got it right here on my tablet. Because at my age, sometimes, small text is small. And I mean, just look at how many things there are in here. Just look at this page. It's like a transceiver page. It's like there's so much to talk about that you have to have a page that talks about every freaking little details on what's on the display and what you're going to do. I mean, okay, I got it on my tablet. I can zoom in, even if I'm, half, just like half blind or something. It's like I just my tablet and my Codescend are next to each other all the time because I never remember half of the stuff to do on it. Andrew Galloway, I used to love going to drive-in with my parents when I was a kid. Believe it or not, I've never been to a drive-in. Never, never, never. I wish I would have, because I don't think there's any drive-ins anymore around here. But I've never been to a drive-in. But, in a big city. So it's like I would go to the theater instead. But, yeah. Ray Oxford says, my Codescend DX286 came with 2 batteries. One was faulty. Oops. Okay. Yeah, VNG. The Australian time station. Man. Endine says, when I went to see Greece at the pictures, literally every seat was taken. Oh yeah, back in the day, they're like, oh no, it's sold out. You can't see your favorite movie. Sold out. You should have been here. I remember having to wait in line, in a really long line, to watch a new movie, which is something we don't see anymore. I do go to the movies still yet. But, wow, it's so different. It just isn't the same as it used to be, for sure. I'll tell you that. Well, thanks for sharing, Blagadai. A website called Bama Archive, which has all sorts of radio manuals. That is good. Yeah, I know. I never went, probably because it has to do a lot with the fact that I've never owned my own car. I have my driver's license and I rented cars when I needed a car, which is still today. For me, owning a car was never. I mean, there's a metro station on the corner of the street, and the buses in Montreal are incredible. Unless I want to go outside town, forget it. And so if I want to go outside town, I rent a car. It's less expensive. I don't need a full-time car, which is tons of expenses. So I would rent a car when I needed to go somewhere. But that's probably one of the reasons that I've never, gone to a drive-in. I'm not sure there's still a drive-in here around. I'm trying to figure out. I would have to search if there's still a drive-in theater somewhere. But I'm not sure. Matt says, I never went to a drive-in either, and I think the last one was still open around here close, but there's a drive-in and a motel in Monte Vista, Colorado. Hey Matt, if you want to tell your daughter, here's a little kitty that's so beautiful right here, right now. Look at that. Paul the cat is here. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. A little baby. Yeah, Paul the cat's a little baby. Huh? You are that little baby? T'es mon amour? Hein, mon beau Paul? Yeah. I think he understands French better. Hein, mon beau bébé? Oui, le beau bébé, Paul. Oui, le beau bébé. Oui, le beau bébé, Paul. Look at that. He's got his paw right extended here. Look at that. This is so cute. Look at that little kitty. Huh? Mon beau Paul? No, I know I can go away. The amount of people watching is getting higher as I show the cat. So I probably shouldn't be here anymore. So Matt, this week, 10 years of Paul the cat. 10 years ago he showed up here this week for the first time. So it's just incredible when you think about it. Such an amazing cat. I will always remember Paul. Hey, my little baby. Let's live another 10 years, please. I'm asking a lot here, but I know. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that little kitty. Yeah. This is a nice kid. Paul says hello to everybody. Hey, Paul. Say hello to everyone. Yeah. 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 Look at that. He's in love. He's in love. Yeah, you're in love. Hey, Paul. Oh. Okay, I'm bored now. So that is Paul the cat. Now back to my ugly face. Here we go. Oh, good. Okay. Robert Thompson, I want to the story of Star Wars featuring Roscoe. During narration on Colony Disc, I had it on cassette during my childhood. Columbia House record and tape club. Wow. Black and I, the only drive-in movie I remember seeing was Mr. Hobbs Takes a Vacation. A very forgettable production. Oh, man. Oh, really, Andrew? Saint Eustache? There's one? I should check that out one day. Feel the experience of driving. Might be the old days, the drive-in theater at speakers you hung on your window. Oh, God. Yeah. Sheila, when I was growing up, drive-in movie theaters were the only that existed around here. I'm dating myself. There's still about half an hour away. It was really a thing of smaller towns, because I lived in Montreal, so I was in the big city. I had a theater 10 minutes from me and another one about 20 minutes from me. So And let's face it, I mean, car driving is a thing of people that often lived outside big cities. I mean, it doesn't mean that you want to have a car or not when you're a big city. But, I mean, when you're outside a big city, you need a car anyway to go around. So I live in a city where I was always very close to the subway and everything. I didn't need a car. Transit was great. So, you know, I got the license to drive just to rent cars and go, you know, outside of town, which was not expensive. I mean, people tell me, oh, it's expensive to rent a car. No, it's not. Even if I paid $700 for 2 weeks or $1,000 for 2 weeks, I will not have it for the rest of the year. It's pennies compared to owning the friggin' car. So, you know, that was the thing up. Doesn't love. He needs a little cat cam on his collar so he can have an on-screen. You know what? It would actually be fun to see, and I've always wanted to do this. Put a cam on his collar and see him where he goes when he leaves home and doesn't come back for like 2 hours. What did you do? Where did you go? I want to see where you went. I'd like that, actually. And Nancy says, Jill, you'll never be short of babysitters for Paul if you need to go away for a few days. You will get lots of volunteers. I know. I already have a list. Matt says, Odd says hi to Paul. Yeah, cool. She still uses her cat to Paul mug, I hope. Robert Thompson, my love for music and movies goes back to my childhood. Still a big kid. Stay a big kid. That is what it makes us happy when we get older. I am a big kid. I can tell you that. Nancy says, Carl says meow. Mike says we had 2 drive-in movie theaters in here in Fayetteville. There was quite a few here around town. Back in the 80s, there was at least 4 or 5 around town. They were all outside Montreal. RGA Dakota, remember to drive in and you would put the speaker. Yep. Dean, thank you so much for the donation. A little something for the man who provides such wonderful content is such a beautiful phrase. Thank you so much. KQ4ADG. Thank you so much. Bob from Wick, nice to have you here. John in Tampa, Florida remembers drive-ins when it was the only game in town. So you see, that's the difference. I think the drive-ins were the idea of everybody outside in rural areas. And in the big city like Montreal, we had movie theaters. Yeah, that's true. There were some drive-in. You know what? That's where I actually did once. I would go to my sister's in the 80s in Saint Jean Baptiste. And when we would come into Montreal, halfway somewhere near Belleuil, there was a drive-in that was near the highway. We could see the screen as we were going through the highway. And I knew that they were using FM transmitters back then. And I still remember every time we would go through the highway near that theater, I would put my FM car radio on the frequency I knew they were on, and I would hear the movie audio. And it was not lasting very long, but I could hear the movie audio as I was going through, and I was like, oh, this is cool. Oh, it's Jurassic Park. The Incredible Melting Man. Oh, God. Matt says there was a cinema theater about 3 miles from where I grew up where all the Star Wars movies played. What an experience. Big round screen over 100 feet. London 1957 says, Paul goes to the casino while you're asleep, plays cards. That's why my credit card bills are so high. Robert Thompson arrived at the movie theater early, buy a soda, popcorn, my bicycle, and my transportation, and never had a driver's license or car. And that's fine. I mean, depending on what you know. Okay, Sheila wants a GoFundMe for a GoPro camera for Paul. I'll start it if you guys want to. A GoPro on Paul, and we will see where he goes. I'll leave it on all day. You guys will see the boring. I'll just have to watch where he goes, when he goes, because when he comes to sleep in the bedroom, it might turn into a you porn video. I'm sorry. Just for the naked aspect of a going to sleep at night. Nothing else. Don't make pictures of what I just said. Okay? Well, Paul is, I think he chose me and we chose each other. I was telling a friend this week, I said, you know what? I never had I had a cockatiel bird. It wasn't mine though, but it was there and it was nice and everything. But when I was actually in my young age, before teenage years, my sister that died of cancer in 2011 said, "You love animals. You should have a cat." And I did have a cat that she purchased on my birthday. The cat wanted to go away, go outside so bad. I let him out and he never came back, which was kind of traumatizing as an experience. So I never had an animal after that. I did have carrying contracts. A couple of people, including my brother, that had a cat when I was younger. That when he would go on vacation with his new girlfriend, stuff like that, taking care of the cat, but I never really had my own animal. And when Paul arrived, it was like something different. It was like, no, you chose me. Paul chose me. It was obvious. It was obvious, Paul and me, there's some bond that, no, you're my master, you're my guy. And as time went on, it's like, yeah, you're my cat. It's obvious. And there was such a bond. It's just incredible to see how an animal can bond so strongly with a human. And it's like, no, you and me are together for the rest of our lives. And it's just crazy. And I hope, I hope he's living the best that he can live. John McClure, welcome aboard, my friend. Then 19657 says, I moved to the U.S. in 2003. Driving near me was nice social experience. Only seen it on Flintstones before. Oh yeah, the Flintstones. The Flintstones. Oh man, that is a cultural phenomena of anybody my age or earlier. It's just wow. Just wow. Mad MDK2 drive-in theaters were at their peak of popularity in the 60s. Yeah, because it went with the car. The car was the, I mean, it was the thing you wanted. It was, transportation vehicle. It was, everybody wanted a car. And drive-in theaters grew upon that. That's for sure. I almost owned a car because the story goes, my father, which some of you know that it's complicated, in 1991, he owned a Hyundai car, and he couldn't pay for it. He lost his job. So the story was he tried to pass it on, saying, look, do the payments, do what's left of the payments of the car, and the car's yours. And I mean, I drove it and everything back in the day, and, he was always kind of telling me, it's like, oh, you're a good driver, and so on. But the problem was, I also was already thinking of, leaving my job. And I was like, if I take the car, I have to pay for it. I can't leave my job. I want to leave my job. It's a fucking boring job. Sorry again. Sorry. 2 times tonight, beep. I don't want... So I never did. But you know what? I guess this is also something that hooks you up. If you own one car and it's your car, then after that, I'd always want to have a car. That's the way it is. Oh man, thank you, Craig, for the great show today. Couture Colors Drive-In is still going. The screen destroyed by a storm, rebuilt back in the 80s. Ran porn films. Oh, this is interesting. I can imagine all the guys going next to, just sitting outside the field, and this was like, look at that. That's the best porn film of all. Oh my God. Oh man. It was a different time, eh? It was a very different time. Honestly, a very, very different time. Things we saw, things we did, was so different back then. So different. This is kind of the nostalgia time of all of this. Oh, definitely, Robert Thompson. Even in the 80s, buying an album, we didn't have Spotify, things like that. Buying an album was, just like, it was an experience. You'd go to the record store and just look at all the stuff, and you'd be so, I remember being so freaking happy. I got that vinyl in my hand. I'm going to listen to it with my headphones and put it on the record player. And this is going to be an experience. It's going to be... I have a hard time... Have you noticed that if you're streaming... I'm streaming, I have YouTube Music. I pay for it. Mostly because it gives me access to whatever I want to listen to. And it's not a bother. But... how excited are you today to hear a new album on some like Spotify compared to, I remember going to get the vinyl of whatever artist, and I just can't wait. And that went late. I mean, I was in college And the co-op store in college, which had records at really low price, there were new albums all the time. It's like, I want to get that album. You know, I remember buying Pet Shop Boys. I remember buying, oh man, what was her name? Her name is Luca. Who does Luca? Her name is Luca. His name is Luca. I have her name like really close. And buying these albums. I bought the first time I've ever purchased The Wall from Pink Floyd was there. And you go home and you got this precious big square. And it's like in here there's records and you put them on. And it was exciting. I haven't been excited in an album from an artist for ages. It was exciting back then. Why isn't that exciting anymore? That is a problem today too. I gotta tell you that. Oh man, what was her name? My name is Luca. Living on the second floor. Oh God. I forgot her name. Yabba-dabba-doo. Yeah, might be. Coming home from school and the Suzanne Vega. Thank you, Blogger Die. Suzanne Vega. Yeah, Tom's Diner. Yeah. I mean, I don't have the excitement anymore. London, 19657 Shell. It's very normal not to have a car in London if you live near a tube station. Same here. It's in the corner. This street, it's in the corner. 4 minutes, 5 minutes walk. I'm in the subway. 25 minutes. I'm downtown Montreal. Why should I get a car? You know. Keegan, just send another picture of it. Go to send DX 2D6 out of the box. Let's check it out. Let's check that out. Congratulations, by the way. You're going to have a lot of fun with that. So let's check out the pictures. New pictures. Here it is. And there we go. There we go, guys. The courtesan right here. Next to this guy on the internet that I don't know who he is. Hey, have fun with that, Keegan. You know what? You're going to really, really have fun with that. Keep the manual next to you and play around and on FM. You like FM DXing? That is going to be an amazing radio for you. Wow. Okay, too. Sometimes there would be lines when new albums were coming out. I remember that when Bruce Springsteen live box that came in '85, and when Use Your Illusion 1 and 2 dropped in '91. Yep, I remember that. Bruce Springsteen live and the Guns N' Roses. Lose Your Illusion. Yep, that was great. Yeah, Suzanne Vega. I mean, that was just so cool. Oh yeah, Robert Thompson. There's tons of these videos of, cats. I don't know. I mean, look how cute Paul is while I'm doing my show. Usually he wants to go out, he wants to do something. Look at Paul now. Paul is like in, I'm happy here. Look at that. Look how happy he is. He's sleeping. He's sleeping and he's happy. Paul is just like, yeah, I'm here. I'm happy. I'm okay. And he doesn't usually sleep that long. I think it was just like, you know what? I'm very happy to be here. I'm with, you know, my master, my man, whatever. It's just so incredible when you look at that. Polly's an amazing cat. Gonna tell you that. Okay, here we go. I'm trying to put the camera back. Here we go. Why is it not? Okay. I didn't do this. Okay. Here we go. Okay. And put it back down. There we go. So, you know, that's crooked straight. There we go. Oh, man. Paul Blogger's ass getting out his DX286 now. Matt says, I used to go everywhere on the bus, both in Denver and live in Seattle, but I'm on the edge of burbs now. It's not the same thing. That's where you want to have your car. If you're on the suburb, forget it. I totally understand. You don't want to have your car. You don't want to have the bus. Sorry, you want to have your car. That's different. It's not the same service. It's long. It's complicated. It's very different. And I guess that's what makes the difference between people that live in the city and people live in the suburbs or far away. You know, it's very, very different. So, yeah, this is sad, eh? So, I have one last thing for you guys. You can give a super chat or a PayPal. And what's the difference going to be? Another hour more. Another hour more of me on the air. What about it, guys? How about it, guys? PayPal donation? Super chat donation? Another hour, we're going to tune the bands. We're going to check out what's at 0 hours UTC in 10 minutes on the shortwave bands. How about it, guys? I will go and do my duties as I need to check on for the caregiving duties. Okay? Where the outfit I sent you? What did you send me as outfit? So I'm gonna be back. Okay, in a few seconds. I need to check out on my caregiving duties and donations, guys. Especially from somebody who never did one before. Even Paul the Cat's like, what's happening? Why isn't there more donations? Yeah. Look at that. Look at that beautiful cat living. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you know. There you go. Thank you for the donations, guys. And another hour. How about it? Let's continue. And once again, I want to say that those that aren't capable of donating, don't feel bad. You should never feel bad for that. You know, let the rich people pay for it. As we say. Okay, let me try to put that back here. And like Kenneth says, don't forget the like button. Oh, man. Okay. Thank you, Mark Martin, for a donation. Thank you, Nancy, for a donation. Thank you, Mike B, for a donation. Let's do it. Thank you so much. Mike WD for extended time. Joseph doing it for Paul. Thanks so much, guys. It's much appreciated. And let's continue. And you know what? We're going to tune the bands a little. We're going to check out what's out there. And you're going to check the email to see if anybody has anything else. I want to thank Sheila for the donation. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. And thank you so much, guys. You've come through, and it's really something cool. I'm really, really happy. So, what do we do? Tune the bands? What do you guys want to do? Let me know. Tell me what you want. We can tune the bands, see what's out there. Zero UTC is coming up. In 3 minutes, there are Asian number stations coming in. We can try. So, I'm going to share 3 frequencies for V13 out of Taiwan, if I remember well, and that we can try for. So frequencies are 15,388, 15,890, and 18,040 kilohertz. AM USB, that's what they are written as, AM USB. So these are number stations from what is Taiwan, I believe. Let me just check it out here. Yeah, the New Star Broadcasting Station from Taiwan. It should be a female voice in Mandarin Chinese. So that's coming up at 0 UT in just a few minutes. Just a few minutes. So that's one thing to check out. Keegan, I could try plugging the USB cable in the DX. Yeah, it should work, I guess. It should work. It might be noisy, but it should work. Absolutely. Keegan. Oh, YouTube has so much. You know what? There was a something that changed my teenage life back in the day. We had a local station which did. You guys remember when stations would shut down at midnight? TV stations. So our local TV stations would do that, and in the 80s, one of the local stations would do twice a year a music video 24 hours. They would not go off the air, and they had music video playing and movies, sci-fi movies. And so I would gather all my friends, and we'd all be together in my living room, and we would just we had blankets and inflatable matlets and stuff, and we would just have this moment watching this 24-hour music video. Of course, half of us was asleep at like 3 a.m., but it doesn't matter. I remember that's the first time I saw War of the Worlds, the original one. But the music video was like, for me, was like, I love music. It was like amazing. It was like, and when YouTube came around, what was cool about YouTube is the fact that, oh man, all of that is here. All of that is here. This is so cool. And I started like, oh God, I love it. Keegan says it's our hour. Yeah, it's you guys' hour now. You guys have decided that you wanted to, help out. Well, you know what? It's your hour. Jeff Wayne, World, what? Jeff Wayne. So, this is my party and I'll cry if I want to. Yeah. Darren Rogers, you go on PayPal, you enter that email, and you send an amount of money. It's very simple. Just enter the email and say, I want to send $20 to that email. And it comes up to me. Well, you send whatever you want. I said 20, but you send whatever you want. Even if it's at $1, it's all right. It doesn't matter. The amount doesn't, it's like I always say, who cares about the amount? As long as there's donations. Thanks, you guys. You are great. So, it's 0 hours UTC. Yeah, absolutely. Bob's All Records. If you're in the western part of North America, the Taiwanese station might actually be easier to hear. So, that's something to check for. But for the rest, I will bring up actually 0 hours UTC stations and see what exactly can we hear. Or actually, I'm going to tune around and we're going to check out the stations apart from what I just mentioned. So right now, if you have to hear the Taiwanese stations, they should be on the air. I'm going to tune them, but I don't think they're going to be here. I've never heard them before. So Robert Thompson, you take care, my friend. Have fun with the Stanley Cup. Okay. So first, let's check what's on those frequencies here. Matt is on the KPH SDR in California, which is a good one, by the way. So if anybody hears the Taiwanese one, I will actually go and start tuning around. Let's say I'm going to start tuning around 20 megahertz. And we're going to go down from there and see what's on. And see what's on. Anything I hear 20 megahertz and down, we're going to check it out. So I'm going to switch camera actually. I'm going to go here, activate this, and here we go. And my cat is looking at me saying, "What are you doing right now?" Nothing on 19. And like I always say, even if you don't hear anything off a frequency, Never think there's nothing there. You could go back. How do you know propagation isn't great when the FT8 frequency for 17 meters is not that great? It just shows you that it's not fantastic. I can tell you that. Sheila has pet pictures sent. Let's check that out. Check that out. Anything else? Yeah, Sheila. Sheila, here's the pictures. Oh, the cockatiels. I had one. Oh, the one that I had was like the one on the bottom left. It's albinus or something. So, this is Sheila's cockatiels. Sheila's cockatiels. Oops, sorry. I need to change camera. Here we go. Sheila's cockatiels are here. Ta-da! And here, look at that. Yeah, look at that. The two at the top, right here. And the one I had here for 25 years, guys, was like the one at the bottom here, all white. And he was nice. He would come on my shoulder and Lutino, yeah. He would come on his shoulder and just like eat whatever I had. I had him for 25 years. So this is cool. Thank you, Sheila, for sharing your cockatiels. And anything else rotten animal? I hope they're not rotten. Oh, so cute. Oh, look at that. So, we have here from Rotten Animals. Look at that. And look at that. Oh, so cute. Look at that. It's like Polly Cat. Polly Cat's actually looking at this picture right now. Yeah. Thank you for sharing, man. That's so cool. So cool. So 18100, I'm at the FT8 frequency for 17 meters. Mike B, official shortwave radio at gmail.com. If you guys want to send any pictures of radios and of birds and of cats and whatever. Lost in Love is hearing WWVH on 20 megahertz. They're not on 20 megahertz. You're hearing WWV. Because WWVH Hawaii is on 15 at the top. So you're hearing WWV. Take care, Andrew Galloway. Always nice to have you on board, by the way. So, Keegan, 90.3 WMKY, Moorhead, Kentucky, with weather right now. I hope Sunday, Keegan, you can hear the International Radio Report on 90.3 as via eSkip. That would be great. That would be great. So let's go down. Look at that. There's oh, you guys don't see it because I'm gonna go back to the cam of the C920 because there was a Iona sound that we could have followed. So by the way, 17,900 to 18,000. There's air traffic control stations. You could listen there. So anything on the 16-meter band right now? Nothing. Going down. Whoops. Now we're going to go back. USB. Very quiet bands. I'm going to tell you that. Propagation is part of the problem, I guess. So 15,958-ish. What could that be? What could that be? Let's check it out here. If I go down to 15,9. So this 9.5. This is the U.S. Navy, and it's broadcasting out of the U.S. transmitter site on the East Coast, which is somewhere in the Carolinas. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure where, though. But this comes from the U.S. and is the U.S. Navy, and this is an encrypted signal from the U.S. Navy, by the way. Fifteen seven seven zero is WRMI, but this is the transmission of Radio Slovakia. And by the way, for those that are still here, there is going to be a closure of Brother Stair. Brother Stair is ending all transmission. The Overcomer Ministry is off shortwave completely, even from the AM/FM outlets in the U.S., starting June the 30th. And this is interesting for a simple reason. It's going to be interesting because a lot of stations like WWCR and WBCQ, but more WWCR, WTWW are going to be very, very impacted by the fact that Brother Stair is not going to broadcast anymore off of shortwave. Might be and send us pictures of his pups, which is pretty cool. Let's let me just put that back on here. Deactivate. Here we go. Here are his pups. Pretty nice. They're nice. They look well behaved. I love dogs. If I could, I would have dogs. This is cool. Dogs are great. I like dogs because they're so... they're out there. They love you. And like Paul, but even more. So thanks for sharing, my friend. So, Brother Stare broadcasts, Overcomer Ministry broadcasts are off. And will be off for on June 30th. So, we know that there's going to be less on Shortwave because of that. That's not much of a problem because I think most of us don't really care about that. But the amount of money coming into these transmitters and the transmitter sites, this is where we're wondering what's going to happen with a lot of U.S. broadcasters. What's going to be the future of these stations with all that money gone suddenly. It's something to wonder. I gotta tell you that. It's really something to wonder. What's gonna happen next? So we'll see. We'll see what happens. And it's kind of sad to if it would have an impact to the point. How sad is it? Overcomer Ministry. We're not going to go into it. Brother Stare is known as a aggressor, and there's so many things we can talk about. How Brother Stare's broadcast on Christian broadcasting, dirty money is what I have in my mind. You're a religious broadcaster, but it's dirty money you're accepting. Come on. Because that's what it is for years. So I don't know. It's a mix of things. It's personally, it's like, yeah, Brother Stare, yeah, fine, go away. But then again, if it kills broadcasters that had other types of programming, we're going to be careful, because I'm understanding one thing, or I'm seeing one thing here with all of this, is that we might think, oh well, it's bad, but at the same time, I'm at this understanding that most of the stations that will be impacted are stations that anyways don't have any, for me, interesting programs. I think WRMI, even though they had extensive schedules, I think they're going to survive. I think they have enough other types of broadcasting. It might actually have WRMI working even harder and getting more stuff on the air from others. WBCQ, a lot of people are like, WBCQ, yeah, they had extensive Brother Stare, but they have a lot of other shows. And they have that roll/chance crap. So I don't think they might be impacted that much. But WWCR, WTWW, I think will be the most impacted of all of this. Bob Soul Records, you're saying maybe the BCQ will be broadcasting some little radios like 10 years ago. Somebody was saying if WBCQ goes away, they have only themselves to blame, basically. Which I think it's partly true. They've been able to do a mix of all sorts of stuff. But, I've long stopped listening to a lot of his crap because Alan Wiener views against Canada made me kind of move away and say, you know what, I don't need that shit. But you never heard Brother Stare? I'm sure you heard of Brother Stare, but you didn't know it was Brother Stare. It was everywhere. He was totally everywhere, honestly. My part of Brother Stare that I had really enjoyed is when he was ranting against Glenn Hauser and they were going back and forth. Dear Mr. Hauser, you know that I spend millions of dollars on Shortwave, London. He was on all the U.S. broadcasters, all of them. All of them. And so many AM, FM outlets in the U.S., too. So, yeah. You heard him. You just don't know it was him. I remember going through shortwave frequencies and tuning 10 frequencies and just understanding one thing, that they were all broadcasting the exact same frequency. It was just like, wow, what's that? I'm going to be back in a few minutes, guys. I'm just going to check for my caregiving duties and be back in a few seconds, okay? And order pizza at the same time. Hello, we're back. Here we go. This is where you guys are. And let's go back here. Trying to find a way to do it. Here we go. Here we go. Oh man. So Polycat decided to leave this space because he was like, oh, okay, I got enough. I got enough of these guys. Yeah, I think he was hungry. He went in the kitchen and was like, I'm hungry. So, yeah, Gene Scott, definitely. With Melissa Scott, that's her name. Doing stuff on a WWCR. It's like, yeah. Okay, let's do it again. What the hell? This was holding all the time and I can't hold it now. So, like, okay, here we go. I think it's the way that here we go. Okay, here we go. I think that's fine. I hope. No, it's not. There's something wrong on the way that this is happening. Here we go. This. It's going to be different. Okay, here we go. So pizza is ordered. Thanks to you guys. Thank you so much. Mark Marlin says, for Polycat, I have several cats. One is an orange guy called Papa. Thank you for the extra hour. It's my pleasure. My pleasure. And Diane's, I miss Polycat. Jay Wind says, maybe Shortwave can turn around if stations broadcast flat Earth. Oh, God. Yeah. I wish if I had $1 billion, I would invade Shortwave with Gilles broadcasts for Shortwave radio. And you know what? I think people would just love it because it's like, oh, this is so cool. Shortwave radio everywhere. I'd buy airtime on every available transmitter around the world. Like, let's go. Let's go for it. Oh yeah, it was everyone on Shortwave. Oh my God. It's the cat cam. Where's my tuna pizza? London. Oh my God. All Gilles, all the time, on every channel on Shortwave. Would you like that? 24 hours a day. Let's just say it was one of those, without going into details, one of those religious, he was what was the name exactly? The first or the last prophet or something like that. And he would say that God was talking to him. But what was the big thing? It was a weird mix in this broadcast of, taking audio clips of what's happening today and mixing it with whatever he has to say. But the biggest thing was he was almost a child molester. I mean, in some of the videos that he had from his Overcomer ministry, he had a big compound with tons of people there, and he would like fondle, girls' breasts and whatever, and 14-year-old girl breasts and stuff like that. The guy was just, I can tell you one thing, is like, if there is the heaven and hell thing, he's in hell, that's for sure. Gene Scott. Well, this is Scott is taking over. Still on WWCR. Sweatcast. Wise man says forgiveness is divine, but never pay full price for late pizza. Oh man, that guy. Pfft, what the hell? 0 hours universal time. If you guys tune around, you should hear. Whoop. Sorry. I'm going to kick the camera here. Romania 11620. Romania is not bad in 11620. And don't forget that at 0:30 right now, Slovakia English
gas, oil, and nuclear
via WRMI is not bad at all.
Will not support the forthcoming 18th sanctions package against Russia. On Tuesday, the EC presented the 18th package of sanctions in response to Russia's invasion of the Ukraine. Sanctions are intended to affect Russia's revenues from the energy and military industries.
So Radio Slovakia is in English on 15770 via WRMI, and we have Radio Romania on 11620 that is direct from Romania, which not bad tonight, honestly. Not bad tonight. So on June 30th, I would guess, you know what, on July 1st, basically, it'll be interesting to see what the bands look like without Overcomer Ministry stuff. He was on one of the transmitter side we're looking at is the Bulgaria transmitter side, Space, what is it called? Space, whatever. This is going to be interesting. Bulgaria has about half of its transmitter time leased to Overcomer. The other half, a few other broadcasters. Is that going to be making a difference for them? Maybe. So that could go away. Channel 292 had Brother Stare, but I don't think it had enough that it would impact their online presence on shortwave. Personally. So, you know. SM, how would you compare a SDR player as PDX2 to a ICOM 85, 8600? Or, yeah. Well, that's a tough one. One thing for sure, if we talk in pure performance and rejection capabilities of spurious signals and what they could do, the 85, 8600, yeah, technically it's definitely better than RSPDX. 1, 2, 15, whatever. They're not the same price point either. And remember, something that people forget all the time is that you might want to buy an RSP, I'm just going to check, somebody called. I want to make sure it's not, oh yeah. They called me back. Just want to see. Sorry guys, for 2 seconds. Oui, bonsoir. Okay. They weren't sure of the address, so they called back to make sure. So, what was I saying? So, first of all, remember that RSPDX might be inexpensive, but it needs a computer, and so that makes it into the $1,000 radio sometimes. If you have a, I run it on my $600 mini PC, which makes it almost $1,000 radio technically. You got to remember that the price of both need to be accounted on an SDR. But for the rest, 85, 8600. First of all, 8500 is old technology. I would not even think about buying an ICOM HCR 8500, even though I have one right here. I would never buy that, even used. Anybody buying that used, you're wasting your money like you have no idea. This is a used radio. It's an old analog radio. Don't waste your money here, unless you got it for $100. If you buy it for $500, you got screwed. You don't even have to pay that. You buy an SDR. It's way better than this. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. 8600, it's a little different. It has some digital technology in it and so on. I find it too expensive for what it does, honestly. And once again, I wouldn't buy an 8600 really, personally. I find that it's old technology once again. And I got a nice ICOM SCR30 here, which has D-Star and all of that, and it's not worth it the price they were sold for. ICOM had a big flaw with that. They should have made a deal to make sure that every type of digital technology was in it. Then the 8600 would be a good radio to own. The RSPDX2, in terms of performance, it is very good. It has flaws that makes it, like there's images in the lower frequencies on the RSP. You don't see that on 85 and 8600, but it's not the same price point. So you can't compare. When people tell me, well, there's images, yeah, you paid, $185 for it. The ICOM is $2,000. Come on, what are you comparing it? You gotta stop comparing $4,000 radios or $2,000 radios with, oh well, my Texan. There's one guy that came up to me and says, I'm never gonna buy a Texan again after I bought a PL680. With my ICOM whatever that's like 10 grand. How stupid can you be? How can you compare a $100-some radio with a $10,000 radio? It's so dumb. It's dumb to do that. It's like they're not the same. Of course, you paid the big price, but for that 10,000 grand radio, that 10 grand radio, you would have had hundreds of radios. Some of them really good too. What do you want? That's why my reviews are always, it depends on the price I paid for whatever. Because you can't compare things that are such at a different price point and compare them, honestly. Honestly, you can't. You can't. My Yaesu FTDX10 is a great radio. Is it mind-blowing? Am I going to tell you my Yaesu FTDX10, it's that top radio compared to... No. Am I impressed for $2,000 that I paid for it? No. Not at all. Honestly. Not at all, honestly. So, Nancy and Dines. So so this is one of the things that always been a big problem in the 80s. When you report, say you do a reception report to the station, universal time. So that clock is in universal time. Universal time is 4 hours ahead of Montreal time right now. 5 in this winter. Yes, it's Sunday. After midnight, it's Sunday. So universal time, if you did a report to Radio Romania, would be, I heard you Sunday, the 15th of June at 0 universal time. It is a day change. And that's why it is the way it is. Back in the 70s or 80s, people would have their reception reports sent back saying it's incorrect. Why? Because you didn't realize that past midnight UT, you're a different day. It's like your local time. At midnight and 1 minute, where you are, it's the new day. New day starts. So that's why it says Sunday, because we are Sunday Universal Time. Local time, Montreal, Quebec, Canada, Saturday evening. That's the thing. Arctic Circle. Nice to have you on board from 66 degrees north in Sweden. Wow. Doesn't know 6925 broadcasting some protest sounds like. Let's check it out. 6925, am I hearing anything? Upper sideband, I guess. 6.925, enter. It's a very quiet night right now on the pirate bands for here. So, what else do we have? So, what do we have? Joseph, I'd like graveyard DXing. Wonder what the solar conditions are for that right now. Well, graveyard DXing is for medium wave. And so they would be, actually, the conditions for that would be better in the winter time. Usually AM, medium wave DXing fans are like the long nights of winter are really the thing to look at. Arctic Circle says 6185 Real Mix Radio Finland at 300 watts. Good copy over there. 6185 I would guess would be Mexico here, because that's what I usually hear. Right here I hear a very, 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 very weak signal on 6185. It's my pleasure. We're here for that. Answering questions. Oh yeah, sun. It's sunny outside. Yeah. So UTC time, you know, it's a clock. Remember when we pass midnight, we go to the next day. Since I'm in UTC time, I'm going the next day. So UTC time tonight, right now, we are Sunday now. So this is sometimes that mixes up people. Like even broadcast, sometimes we'll say, oh, we'll be on Sunday at 01. And people say, well, I went there on Sunday, I wasn't there. What Sunday? Your Sunday or the UTC Sunday? And it's like, what do you mean? I mean, if you went there on your Sunday, you were actually on Monday. UTC Sunday was on Saturday night. And that mixes up a lot of people, though. So, you know. Sully Grills, does the future of ham radio rest hotspot use? Can you explain a little more on what you're trying to say, Sully? I don't understand exactly what you're saying. 6 meters appears to be open, but I'm hardly working anybody. There's a VHF digital. Yes, the VHF contest this weekend. Absolutely. It's the VHF UHF contest this weekend. Absolutely. Ghost in Love has said, I think the small height radio I have is pretty much deaf on 6 meters for some reason. I've tried different antennas and have never heard much but birdies. Well, first of all, you gotta be in an opening, so you gotta look at, is 6 meters open in your area. Then the antenna is very important, and yeah, it can happen that a radio on a specific band is not necessarily the best in performance also. But what do you mean by a hotspot, Sully? Over the internet? Or I'm trying to understand what you're saying with that hotspot thing. What do you mean by hotspot? Richard Wagner, my ATS 25 times 2 X2 speaker connector broke off and tore the PCB trace. It looks like you can solder it directly to chip. It worked on SMD for 35 years, but I'm still gonna get the latest version. Yeah. Okay, over the internet. No. Amateur radio is amateur radio. I mean, there's part of it that's internet driven, and it's normal. I mean, if I see somebody saying, well, why is it using the internet? It's like, no. Technologies are evolving, and there are things that are over the internet. There are some different modes and ways of connecting that are repeaters over the internet. So, for example, I can connect to a California repeater and through a Montreal repeater, and there's the internet connection between both. So I'm still using radio. I'm still on 2 meters or 70 centimeters, but I'm using the internet to connect to somebody far away. That exists. Is that the future? It's part of the future. But amateur radio is not going to be only internet. It will always be part of that, which is future, which is nice. Honestly, anybody saying, well, that's not amateur radio, maybe you shouldn't do amateur radio anymore. You're in the old days of like 1940s. Come on, wake up. We're in 2025. Amateur radio through the internet, it's cool. I'm talking to a repeater through the internet, through another guy. I've the other side of the world in Australia, we're still working with radio. It's modern technology. We have evolved. Too many hams are not evolving. They're old geezers in the home with tube radios and thinking that, in my good old days, I didn't have to need, okay. I'm in 2025, personally. There's other stuff on amateur radio. But it will never replace. Will never replace that. There will always be shortwave only guys on voice, on whatever mode. There will always be guys that are just radio only, and there will be the modern guys, the new hams that will be new technologies mixed with our ham hobby. It's part of what it is, but it will never be fully internet. The day that would happen, it would not be amateur radio anymore. It would kill the hobby. It's going to be a mix of all of that, and I think that's the future. I mean, it's like the people complaining of FT8. FT8 is killing the hobby. No, FT8 is not killing it. It's you always complaining and never freaking calling CQ with voice. You never call CQ with voice. And you tell me, oh, FT8 is killing the hobby. When did you call CQ SSB voice last time? Tell me. No, you never do. This is where I have a hard time with these complainers. Oh no, FT8 is killing the hobby. It's not. It's part of the hobby. Can you just shut the F up and understand that that's modern times. We got efficient digital modes. Some people love that. I do some FT8. I get bored easily on FT8 personally. I rather have a contact voice with somebody, you know. But look, don't tell me a mode, a way of being, or something is killing the hobby. It's not freaking that's happening. But of course, you never sit down and call CQ with your ham rig. You know, oh, I got a ticket for 20 years and never called CQ. Yeah, and what does that help the hobby of, and amateur radio in general? You got to be active and do something about it. Wake up, get on the band and call CQ, man. Come on. It's a question of just whatever you freaking love, do it. If for you it's D-Star, DMR, some kind of transmission over the internet with there's so many of those repeaters that are linked, Echo Link stuff. Cool. I don't, it's interesting. It's a mix of technologies, and I don't poo-poo it at all. I'm the guy that's like, oh, this is kind. I had a contact with Simon Templar. He's in the West Coast, and we went in contact through Echolink on a repeater here in Montreal with him. It's kind of cool. Part of it is internet driven, but it's still radio locally on each side with a repeater that's linked. I mean, how can you say that shouldn't be done? It's radio communications using modern technology, and that's the way it is. I personally find it cool. That's kind of nice. I mean, I'd rather do that than go on my local repeater at every night at 7 p.m. saying, hello, my name is Gilles, and I'm in Montreal, and I want to say hello to everybody on the net. That's the most freaking boring thing you can do, personally. But then again, that's also for some people that just want to be out there and do something. There's for everybody. And I'm tired of the old amateur radio geezers that are like, well, FTA's killing the hobby. Oh, that internet thing or that. Yeah, maybe you should just move on to some other. Go watch TV or something. I don't know. This is why we don't advance really quickly. I looked at the new rules in Canada. We have like an updated rule book, and it's like I just looked at it and I'm like, yeah, made by old geezers that just don't want to move on. Because that new rule book, yeah, the hell with it. I would just throw it in the garbage and say, no, you want a real rule book? You want a real exam? Let me do it. You'll get more hams. And I'm sorry, but we're 2025. We're not in 1950. I don't need to know what a transistor does in 2025. I buy a rig, which is a Yaesu FTDX10, which I will never open because it's so complicated. I don't care what a transistor does. I just need to know how to operate it and how to do things with it. I'm sorry, but we are there. But we're overwhelmed with all these old people that just, oh, well, no, I don't agree. Yeah. Will I ever repair that Yaesu? No, I'll never touch that. Way too complex. Yeah, I just ranted. It's okay. Be happy. We are moving on and new technologies mixed in. Somebody told me the other day you posted, I posted a video of this very beautiful show you why. I mean, this is the most beautiful imitation of an old radio I've ever seen. Look how beautiful. It is a real freaking beautiful imitation. But somebody said, yeah, you're streaming Radio Pilipinas and playing it through this. That's not cool. Why is it not cool? It sounds great, and I love listening to it through this. It's nice. It's like, stop having barriers. Why do you have barriers? Why do you have freaking barriers of this shouldn't be, that shouldn't be, no. There's no barriers in life. In amateur radio, there's really no barriers. Amateur radio is advancing at the pace of the technologies that it gets available with. Somebody somewhere says, hey, I got to invent this and do that. While too many old geezers are just like, well, that's not amateur radio. It's like, yeah, shut the F up, okay? I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. You know what? JJ Ando says, I'm only interested in a license for actual radio. I'm tired of the internet taking over. And you know what? That's where you're part of a hobby or an amateur radio hobby where it is. You take part of that. You take part of, I want to make the HF spectrum great again. The whatever radio spectrum get again. That's why you have your place. Your place is not, I refuse to. Your place is, I am interested in that actual radio part, and that's what I want to continue building. And it's great. It's great. That's why you have all of these people that need to be there. That's why you gotta have all of these people. You're part of the amateur community, and you need to do it with all of that. It's great. Dean, KQ4ADG. If you aren't having fun doing it, maybe it's time to find another hobby. Yes. Stop complaining about stuff. Matt says, I use local repeaters and nodes to converse with Matt Radio DXer where I was using C4 FM, and he was using DMR. There you go. I don't think it's, JJ Ando, and I don't think it's a over the internet versus radio. Amateur radio is so unique that the interest in being a ham radio operator has to do with communication in the first aspect of it. I don't think it's an internet versus radio thing. It's why you want to become a ham in the first place. Matt MDK2 says ham radio has so many different facets that there are just as many ways to appeal to newbies. Yep. I think younger folks might be interested in the internet aspect since that's most of what they have known. But yeah, it's possible. We might have new hams knowing that they're going to talk over the internet with a repeater or something. It's possible. It totally is possible. Amateur radio, raising the dead. Nice to have you here. And amateur radio is part of the advancement of radio technology. Imagine if in 1940, all the hams, that's going to be a great example, I think. All the hams of 1940s would say, I did amateur radio using tubes, and the first transistor rig came along And the first transistor rig, oh no, I'm not going to touch that. It's not amateur radio. This is transistor stuff. This is not ham. I like the tube stuff. The tube stuff is really rocks. Because, it probably did happen that old guys from that era said, no, transistor stuff is not my thing. I mean, I'm pretty sure it happened. Keegan sharing the turn on of his Cordesand receiver plugged in through USB cable. So congratulations. But I'm sure it happened. I'm sure somebody somewhere said, oh, that transistor stuff, forget it. It's that new technology of 1950s, 60s. I'm not going to play with that transistor stuff. Marvin Motz says, you can't easily converse with folks you don't know around the world via Google Meet, for example. Network radio is a lot freer. Yeah. Marvin Motz, American amateur radio guys are lucky because they can take a technical exam and a built-in experiment their own equipment. Japanese, Chinese cannot build and operate it on their own. Martin Martin the Vegan says root beer ice cream float amazing. It is. Two hands, $1 radio show. Nice to have you here, Boston Patriot. Marvin Moss, Japanese Hammer limited buying early approved hardware, cannot modify. Yeah. I never talk about, no, Jean Arash, you got to be careful here. I don't talk against it. I do not talk against HD or DAB. I will just mention their limits when in certain areas or certain ways of using them. For example, imagine, John Arash, a DAB. HD radio is very different. DAB is like HD TV. If you ever tuned through rabbit ears on a TV, on HD TV, it's there or it's not. There's no middle ground. Analog TV had a middle ground. There's static, but you're still seeing the picture. DAB is the equivalent of radio of HD TV. It's there, it's not. There's no middle ground. So my talk against it is not based on I don't like it or I don't want it. It's based on the limitations it gives are maybe not yet what it should be, and maybe not where we should be now. The day DAB can throttle down the bit rate and still give you something even though it's interference, I'll be there. But HD and DAB, it's there, it's not. There's no middle ground. That's why I complain of those. Because in areas where there might be an emergency, well, if the signal's too weak, you won't get it. Because HD or DAB is not going to be delivering the emergency to you. That's where is the difference. I'm not against the technologies or the modern technologies. I'm against the fact that it's not good enough in certain circumstances. It's very different. JJ Endo says, old news to you guys, but I'm actually interested because it's vintage tech. talking over the internet just feels like, oh yeah, you know what? And a lot of us like that. I don't talk over the internet. I do a live show here, but I mean, I was the first guy on ICQ and on what, the IRC. You guys remember IRC? It still exists today. There's still IRC channels. It was cool. It was very cool. Over the internet, we'd talk over the world with people. You'd create a channel. I remember creating a shortwave channel in 1998 or 9 and have a couple of people coming in. It's like, oh, shortwave. And we would talk, and it would be live, and it is still very cool. And we should never forget that what we do here, what I do here, you guys seeing me from Montreal, Quebec, Canada, I mean, it's freaking cool. Who would have been able to do that 20, 30, 40 years ago? Big networks, only big networks. Now, a down-to-earth guy with just, the basic means can be on the internet to have his own show and have his own thing. And you know what? We have to admit it's cool. It might not sound like it's cool, but it is freaking cool. All the technology behind me, the camera, my PC, my internet provider, the internet as a whole, and you guys see me. And I mean, there's a chat room live. It's freaking cool. I'm sorry, but it might not look like it, but it's freaking cool. It's amazing, actually, where we are in 2025 with our technology, honestly. But we prefer radio for the most of us. But you know what? If someone comes up to me and says, I don't care about amateur radio, but I'd like to talk about, through the internet to tons of people through this app, how can I say it's not cool? It is cool. It is not what we want, because we are different, very different. But how can I tell that person it's not cool? I'm sorry, it is still cool. I mean, imagine you are brand new, you're a teenager, you're coming through all the technologies today. You don't know amateur radio, but you just learned that you can talk around the world with people your age or whatever your interests, and through the internet. It is cool. It's like us discovering shortwave. You discover that on the internet I can talk to the other side of the world about a subject I love. So we gotta stop saying it's not cool. It is cool. It's as cool as we had. It's different. It's just different. We're radio guys. We're radio guys because of our background too. And I'm sorry, but it's as cool as we had it cool back in our days, and we gotta accept that. Because honestly, if I was 14 years old today, and I get on a group and I'm like talking to Australia, I'm like, this is so freaking amazing. Talking to people in Australia about stuff I like, it's amazing. But that's the thing. We are different. We are different generations and different technologies, putting it all together, and the world we lived in. I was a radio guy, TV guy, over the years, invisible waves, and today they're internet guys. Hey, I can do all of this on this. This is where it's happening. Imagine today, young generations don't buy a PC. This is the PC. This is what does it all. And so we've got to understand that there's, I can tell you one thing. I grew up, and an X generation like me grew up in radio, computers, Commodore VIC-20, Commodore 64, Commodore 128, Amiga 500, PC 286, whatever. The evolving technology of all of that is like, oh, this is so cool. But I gotta tell you, the first ever freaking time I logged on to the internet, I was mind blown. This wasn't just a step ahead. This was a major milestone. The first freaking thing that I wrote in a search on Yahoo search, because Google did not exist back then, Shortwave, and saw all of these websites, I was like, oh wow, this is so amazing. So we got to stop poo-pooing, it has become a jungle that's complicated, and we can be bad or just be not necessarily happy around it. But I can tell you one thing. I was one of the first being like, oh man, this is so freaking amazing. All the info I got is just crazy. And that's over a evolution of time in my time life. It is still today. It is still today amazing. I mean, we've evolved into, when the internet was first in my life, did I ever think that some guy with a camera in his office would be doing a live show that you guys watch and are interested in, and that would be my living today? This is my living today. I would never thought of this happening. Never would I ever. This is where we're going to stop thinking that evolution isn't great. Evolution is what you make out of it. I could have been a preacher here and talk about stuff people don't want to hear, except a very small. I could have been a brother stare. Well, I am. I'm a brother stare of Shortwave, but that's different. That, I could have been, and there are some out there. I won't name names, but I hear names all the time of, oh, that guy. Well, we have our voices now, and people subscribe to you. And some of there are not the best voices, but they got subscribers. Everybody has a voice today now. And this is maybe as we want to say it's great, like this. This is great. This is not negative. This is not, it's a good, I think it's a good way going forward. There are some out there that have the same type of channel. A type of channel that is not great. It's going towards the crap that we see today. And they have a voice now. They never would have had a voice before. But they have a voice now. But like I will always say, I remember a very religious couple that I fixed their computers. And the question they asked me is, why is the internet so bad? And I said, my reply, I said, the internet reflects the human nature. There is as much good as there is bad. There's not more bad than before. It's just that now they have a voice. So there is as much good and as much bad. What you've got to watch for is look at the good. Don't look at the bad. That's all. But it's human nature. The internet reflects who we are. And that's it is. That's the way it is. HGJB, RJ Dakota. I still have the good old days of just remembering the DX party line on Saturday night. I remember I had like a Coca-Cola, and my mom would have just baked cookies or something. And I was just like in my kitchen. The DX100 was on the kitchen table because I didn't have an official space for it. I had like 50 feet of cable going out in the balcony, and I would listen to DX party line, eating cookies, having Coca-Cola. And it was like, this was that and the musical mailbag of the day. That's so cool. You know, JJN, though, that's the problem is the internet was cool in the beginning, then the big tech took over, and it changed everything. And it's complicated. And now AI, you know, I don't know how many times there was a friend of mine watching, oh, did you see this? And I'm like, this is fake AI stuff, man. AI is scaring me for one thing. As it evolves, it gets more difficult to know what it's AI and what's human. And that is a scary future. It's always Matt indicate too. Technological advancements are double-edged double-edged swords, because look at AI. Just look at AI. It could be good. I've seen AI in medical applications. Oh wow, we will live longer, be better, and AI is there is great. But I see AI on the internet right now, and it's like, yo, God. Okay. You know, on Facebook, there's these little TikTok type videos. Half of them, if not more, are AI driven. I look at them and I'm like, okay, AI manipulation. Even pictures and Facebook groups. That's why, you know what? If you know, okay, I'll send this out to all of you guys. If you guys are programmers, or if anybody out there reads me as I know what I'm doing, I want to do a Facebook that will be a parallel Facebook without the shit of Facebook. I'm trying to find a way to do this. Okay? First, because in Canada, Facebook is shitty, and it's a fucking... they should die in Canada. They're not paying media, they're not paying anything. We can't post links of new stuff. Meta in Canada should just get the fuck out. Plus, kissing the ass of the president, fuck you. If you are a programmer, if you are anybody knowledge in here, you know what? Let's build a fucking Facebook out of Facebook. And do it right. And do it without the shit of Facebook. So I'm sorry, this was very, very bad in my language. I am very, very, many bleeps, Geegan. Many bleeps. But you know what? It is needed. It is very needed. Mark Zuckerberg can go put a banana up his butthole. We'll say it like that. Hey, Stephen Harper. Let's have you here. I hope you're not the Stephen Harper of the Canadian elections and the real guy. Well, actually, if you are, it's kind of cool, though. That's what I would like to say. Okay? I would like to F Meta and push it in the corner and say no, I'm sorry. 2 seconds, guys. I just have an emergency call. Hello there. Nice to have you on. So pizza time. And not just pizza, I had I had two things delivered. I had a pizza delivered, this, and a shrimp salad. So thanks to you guys, by the way. Thanks to you guys. So this is pretty cool. Oh yeah, the exporting line, Bob's Old Records, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think machines will take over because they are programmed by us. I don't think it gets to the reach of a Terminator. But we don't know, you know? So Naresh, yeah, absolutely. I'd be interested in having a group of people that knowledge enough to tell me, like, you know what? Let's do how we would call it. How would you call Facebook? Give me names, guys. And whoever gives me a name that if I ever built something about Facebook that would challenge Facebook, you will get royalties because of the name that you gave me. I think that would be nice. But Facebook, how do you call an alternate Facebook? You know? MTK2 says, there's a lot I miss about it, including part of the official Shortwave group, but the platform has so many issues. Yeah, it is, definitely. I see the ads. You know what? I can tell you guys, I am appalled. I have ads. So we have the natives in Canada. And I mean, we're trying to. I got ads of cigarettes on my Facebook here with, the chief Indian with all the feathers. And I'm like, what the F is that? In 2025? And I actually confront Facebook. I tell them this ad is not, because we don't have legal ads about cigarettes in Canada. You cannot have an ad. They come back to me and say, oh, it's fine. And I'm like, what? No, it's not. These are infringing laws. It's what the F is that? I want to kill Facebook, personally. I moved off of X for some reason, went out to Blue Sky, but there's a Blue Sky equivalent. Why isn't there? I want to build a freaking Facebook equivalent. Come to me if you have the knowledge on that. Let's build something and try to do something about it. I don't know where to go. Where should I go to build a alternate Facebook and have the knowledge people that will help me? Because I want to do it. Let's go for it. Spacebook. Bob from Wick, Spacebook. Spacebook. Beaver. LN321, been a long time. Hello there. It's not intelligent. There's so many fake things and so many things that are wrong. The First Nations, yep. First Nations. I get ads with their selling cigarettes, and that it's like, what the hell is that? Not only in Canada is cigarette ads banned, but you get that? What the hell is that? What the hell is that freaking thing I just saw? It's not even okay. Oh man. I'm like, what the hell? Craig Martinetti, why don't we move out of Facebook? It has all of our friends that we want to keep contact with. So we don't move out because I got all of these people I will not talk to because of it. Nancy and Diane says, someone out there, Jill, can help you, but it won't be me. I have difficulty changing batteries and things. I know not everybody can help me, but I'm sure there's some really nerdy people out there going to say, you and me are going to make a new, how we call it, people book? People book. What was it? People book. What couldn't say? Facebook. Friend book? How about we call it friend book? Friend book. That'd be good. We're going to make a friend book. And that's going to be so different. No shitty shit from Facebook. Not being Facebook in any way. Not licking the ass of some president. And you know what? Go F yourself. Friend book. Friend book. I like that. Laugh face. Friend book. I like that. I think friend book is pretty good. Now I said it live, so somebody's going to steal it from me. I had Paul Midlick. Yeah, like friend face from the IT crowd. Friend face. That was a really good. For anybody that not seen the IT crowd, the friend face episode is just amazingly good with the IT crowd. Friend face. What is the when the beginning is like, it's like a disease on your face, but now let's stop thinking about a disease and think about friendship and oh god. I mean, I think we could. There needs to be a Facebook equivalent. You know, I don't know where should I go. I'm looking at. I'd like to do something like that, especially because he's bringing a lot of money. Face friend. Oh, that's nice. Face friend. Face friend. Oh, I like that. I like that, Matt. You're gonna get a percentage of that name if ever something ever happens. No, it can't be radio book because it doesn't have to be radio. It has to be like, you know, it has to be Facebook related. Because I mean, radio book is going to be the Facebook of radio geeks. DXer's book is going to be even worse. Oh, man. Yeah, I want to make billions. Let's go. I want to be out there and just like, you know, kiss the ass of the Prime Minister of Canada because I've got tons of money. I'd be happy. I will still make this show, by the way. Huh? Even if I get billionaire status of this tonight, I will still make a shortwave show every week. I promise to you. I'll be the billionaire shortwave guy. You guys want to see the billionaire shortwave guy? No more donations. I don't need them. I'll even give you radios. I will give you radios. Imagine. That would be even better. Paul Middling, friend face. We're not a disease, but we can vouch for your friends. You get a radio. You get a radio. You all get a freaking radio tonight. But you know what? You have no idea how serious I am in that frame of mind right now. Like, come on. We can surely build a Facebook competition that's just not what it is, you know. I know a lot of people would like to, will like that, because Facebook has become what we can, you know, a really shitty thing, personally, in Canada particularly. And depending on your political opinions and so on, you know what? You know, when people tell me I don't join your Facebook group because I don't want to go on Facebook, I'm like, yeah, I understand. It's okay. You know. So, brain space. No, face friend is pretty good. Face friend. Face friend. I like Canada with all the dollars. Gilles friend. Gilles dollar friend. I like that. So, you know, 10% to everybody that helps me tonight. 10% of all the profits. Oh, God. Before we go, I want to talk about what we lost this week. Gander Radio, Newfoundland, Canada. But SWAT-cats, you'd have a social media with face friends. That would be the place you want to be. Because that would be the place everybody wants to be. And starting already, promotion, face friends. So, pizza space. So, it's, you know, Gander Radio, New York radio, was part of my early listening experience. Back in the day, sorry, I kicked the camera again. Let's put it there. Back in the day, you know what? There were so many of those stations out there, and I would just, tune in, and I remember, and I don't know how to explain it, like eerie, dark winter days when it's like very, very dark outside and you're alone in your home and you're like 13, 14 years old, and it's like, it's kind of scary. And I would listen to all sorts of things on shortwave and hear the Gander radio voices, which were kind of cool. Sorry guys, I'm eating pizza. Thanks to you. Friends with Faces. That's also not bad. Friends with Faces. So, I would hear Gander radio. I would hear alternating, because back then it's alternating Gander and New York radio. For those that don't know, Gander radio was on the 20th, 50th minute. New York radio was on the top and 30th minute. So they would do a cycle. It was a cycle of transmissions. As a new shortwave listener, there was something unique about the broadcast back then. I would listen to them, and it was just, I don't know, it was like one of those mesmerizing moments. I don't know if it sounded like this. This is Trenton, 6754. I could hear it right now. 6754.
No report received. This is Trenton Military. Trenton Military. Time 0140 Zulu. Aviation weather report. Aviation weather report. Shearwater. Shearwater. No report received. Break. Greenwood. Greenwood. Time 0100 Zulu. Wind calm. Visibility 15. Few clouds. At 25,000. Temperature 11. Viewpoint 7. Altimeter 3019er. Break. Gander. Gander. Time 0100 Zulu. Wind 290 at 11. Gust 17. Visibility 20. 5,000 scattered. Temperature 13. Viewpoint 3. Altimeter 3007.
Swat Scats. Nav Canada is only the place to listen to. I'm not sure. No, I don't think. I think Trenton Military is different. I have no idea though. London 19657 said no report received T-shirt. That would be good. Matt, yep, Gander is gone. It left on June the 12th? It's gone now. Yeah, 6754 is Trenton Military, Keegan. It's not Gander. Hey, the Win 1960, nice to have you here. Sorry I'm eating pizza in your face. It's freaking good. Yeah, no reports received. I know, it's a big joke. So this is the Montreal area weather. No reports received. But yet, there's a thunderstorm that's just going to hit. So, unfortunately, yeah, there's tons of tuna on it, London. You just don't see it. So yeah, there's no more Gander radio. New York radio was gone a few years ago, and that is unfortunate as we're moving away. And dines from being in the U.S. a few times and eating pizza there. Not that different, except maybe the types of pizza you can get, which is different. But pizza itself is decent on both sides of the border. I think last time I ate pizza in the United States was in Cape Cod in in 2000-ish. That was the time. That was last time. 2000-ish, yeah. I've not visited the United States since May or June of 2000. Before that, maybe a dozen times, at least. Canadians go to many spots along the border on the East Coast for summer vacation sometimes. Cape Cod is one of them. It's one of the popular Canadian spots. But I've been to Cape Cod. I've been to I went all down to Florida. I've been to the farthest start I've been to Daytona Beach, Florida. But we go to these places because it's just quick. It's like Cape Cod was like, what, 6-hour drive, 4-hour drive? And you're there. And you do a couple of days and you come back. What I wish back then that I don't know today is Paul Murdoch says Timbits pizza with cinnamon. Oh man, that's kind of sugary. But one of the things I never thought of back in the day is going there to the coast near the ocean and bringing a radio. I never had a radio with me back in the day. And Grand's $1 radio show. Old Aldrich Beach is another place. You can just go there. I always remember one thing. You guys are gonna laugh. The first time I ever put my foot in the ocean in Cape Cod or somewhere there, I thought, oh God. And people on the Titanic died in colder than this. At least Daytona Beach was really warm. Daytona Beach was great for that. And after 9/11, when everything became more complicated, I never came back to the U.S. I never put my foot again in the United States. Package? Pizza crust topped with mashed potatoes. I never had that. Oh yeah, Paul. Absolutely. Oh, I like that Robert Guarino live book. Oh, that is a good one. Because it's kind of a live book. It is kind of a live book. Oh, yeah. That is actually good. Live book. I really like that one. I'm gonna owe you money now. He's gonna go register it all the time to make sure. Oh man. Pepperoni. Live book is good. Okay. I never tasted it. Pagosh. Do you have that? Where do you have that? In the UK? Where do you have Pagosh? Yeah, that would be even better. The Hudson Bay Ocean Experience. Let's dive into the Titanic. What did the last Titanic survivors experience? Let's go into the Hudson's Bay. I can tell you one thing, Kenneth. You don't even have to go up there. I went to the Lac Saint-Jean in the middle of Quebec. Oh my God. If you want to die of hypothermia, just go there for 20 minutes. Oh, man. In Pennsylvania, it's Polish. Oh, yeah, with potatoes. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's like having pierogies on pizza. Potato style. That's what it was. Paul, do you receive the New York City and Lake Erie pirate stations every weekend? On what frequencies? Paul. Spud Pizza. Yeah, it's like, Oh, okay. Okay, I'm not surprised that it would be Polish in nature. And I'm sure it must be good. I mean, I go to the Ukrainian festival here every year, which I just love, and they have these pierogies all the time with potatoes and everything. It's like, oh man, this is so good. I would. Oh, I like that. I would love that. I live next, like where I am is literally next to a Ukrainian part of town. And every year they have this Ukrainian festival. And I mean, oh man, I just drool and love it. And they have it's pierogies, but it's called Valin. What is it? Valin Kiris or something? They have a special name for it, but it's potatoes and all of that. The sour cream, the borscht soup, which is amazing. I mean, I go there and I spend like $100 on food because I just crave their food. It's just so amazing. London 19657. There's a few things that would be interesting, I guess, to you guys. But it's hard to explain. They're very. Some of it is very unknown. I have one which is Tortillas au Lac Saint Jean, or it's a special dish made with 3 types of meats and potatoes, and you gotta taste it. You gotta taste it. I have another one which is called. It's wait a minute, kind of pasta that you make yourself, but not pasta like macaroni. There's several things. Of course, poutine. Poutine is like everybody goes to poutine because that's the thing here. But no, we have several things that are kind of very, very interesting and tasty. There's a few traditional, I would say, native foods with fish that are pretty amazing too. But it's widely unknown pretty much for most of it. I'd like to invite you guys and have you guys taste the dishes that I cook, because I have a lot of recipes of very traditional dishes from not just Canadian dishes. I would say I'm very Quebecois dishes, which are different from the rest of Canada also. So, calzones are great. It reminds me of Seinfeld when he had the calzones, and he would have to eat calzones all the time for his job at the what was it? George would bring calzones in his job. Potato pancakes. They were like thick, oversized as rounds. Take care, David. Always nice to have you on board. Always nice to have you on board. Matt says there was terrific Russian pierogi place in Seattle I used to go all the time. If Jasmine were here, I'd ask her if it was still around. There are 2 types of poutine, the one from Quebec and the one from New Brunswick, called poutine râpée. Is it because the cheese is le fromage est râpé, or what's the difference? Fromage râpé au lieu de fromage en grains, Jean Larache? And as we spared pierogies in Pennsylvania, probably incorrectly, this weekend there is a pierogi festival. I would be there. I would actually tell you we got to meet up and eat together in the pierogi festival there. I would love to be there. That's the kind of thing I want to be. It's like MDK2 in Colorado with his beer fest. Oh man, I want to be there. I need, my main. I cannot be somewhere in life is my caregiving duties. But I would love to go to so many places and test so many things and eat so many foods. I mean, oh man. So, hey guys, we've been on for a while now, and I have to edit a show called the International Radio Report, send it into the 90.3. Okay, gravy and fries, its main ingredients. Oh, fish! I'm sure it's good. Well, you know what, John Ash? I ate, the food trucks? One of them had poutine with homard, and puts in homard. So I guess, kind of. But you know what? I would try that. I'm pretty sure it would be great, John Ash. I would taste that. So take care, everybody. Thank you so much. And I know, Matt, I got probably 10 people here that said, if you ever come to my area, you gotta tell me you're here. I'm gonna be happy to see you. So take care, everybody. Thank you for the donations tonight for the food. It's always an amazing moment with you guys. I think there's a link between us that's just so freaking amazing. Okay, and you guys are great. I want you to take care. Love you too, LN2221, and stay safe. Okay, stay safe. Hi, and Dance wants Moscow Nights. Who wants Moscow Nights? 2. Everybody wants Moscow Nights now. Everybody wants Moscow Nights now. All right, I got no problem with that. I'll put my headphones on, and we need 3 more I want Moscow Nights for me to do it. Of course, everybody's gonna say yes. Okay. Let me put that a little further because, come on. Everybody. Yes, let's do it. I'm happy to do it for you guys. Live long and prosper to everybody. Absolutely. Who doesn't want Moscow Nights, says Mike WX50. Yeah, I know. I'm going to look like a fool again. So Moscow Nights, guys, and this is just for you. Even all the people that are gone, it's for you. The ones that are the tough ones, the best ones, the ones I'll love forever. Okay, let's find this mysterious Moscow Nights. Moscow. Okay. And let's do this.
Premier Protein.
Okay, there's an ad. Did I? Wait. It has to be the speakers here. Okay. Audio off. There's an ad for a protein shake, apparently. Ignore. And here. care, everyone. I love you all. Really love you all. This is Radio Moscow, broadcasting on 14 different frequencies every night. I love you. I want you to stay safe. Honestly. Take care, guys. All right.